Hello.
Hey, we're here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Legends of Avantris, a special Labor Day stream. We're starting a little bit earlier, or a lot of bit earlier, and you may notice that the schedules are out of whack. As, it is not the Feywild, despite it being a Monday. This is Legends of Avantris Prime. So, because we unfortunately weren't able to do last Wednesday, we're back at you with a double-ish session, longer marathon. Our cleric in the Fey campaign, Maya,
who's in chat right
now. She is in DragonCon, so right, DragonCon.
Yeah,
so everyone would be jealous that you're not at DragonCon, that we're not at DragonCon. But she will be back, so we will be doing Feywild on Wednesday.
Hey, thank you, Anzera, for the sub.
Thank you,
Tier 2 sub. You're just the best.
We love you. I'm still working on your book.
You're just the best. Stay tuned.
What a pal. What a grade A pal. So, I guess just another quick update. So that's the kind of wacky thing, and we have more kind of wacky news, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, but all of us are going to be going to Outer Banks, the beach, for a week next week. So we are going to be kind of lounging around, drinking in the sun. So we will unfortunately not be streaming, but
we're going on a vacation.
We're going on vacation
together.
But,
our first group vacation ever.
Yeah. But we will be back, and that should actually be kind of the final. Hopefully the final grand travel plans of the summer.
Yep.
So that should be good. We will be planning the next session of Beneath Dark Wings. That will be this month. We promise you, whether it's hell or high water, we will not be taking another month off of that. So we will be getting back in the swing of things with session 2 this month, which we need to discuss to hammer down a final official date. Unless anyone has anything else, we'll go around and introduce our party. We'll start with Rodek, and that's Richie playing Rodek, Stonehearth, a dwarf fighter, a mountain dwarf fighter. We then have Nikki playing Sylvie Flickerwicket, a forest gnome warlock / bard. And we then have Kelsey playing Annulin Mossgrove, a wood elf ranger. And then we have Andy playing Vandris True Strike, a high elf rogue. And make sure you follow him on Twitch. He streams video games. He also has a Discord, so come hang out. It's a lot of fun. Video games. A lot of variety there, fun chat, and it's a lot of the Avantris fam as well. There's a lot of overlap, so it's a very good time. So with that, we will get into what happened last time. Let me get my music going. I swear to God. So.
And let us know if anybody's quiet or if the music's too quiet. We've had some sort of issues we're trying to resolve here. So.
Yeah, it's technology is fun. They can put a man on the moon, but they can't figure out
how do you Skype?
How to Skype. Anyway, so last session you had left the house where all of the bad juju had gone down with Vandris' former bounty hunting party, where Hissy had met her demise to a bunch of horrific ghost creatures. You then kind of met back at Forgus's place or at your mansion, I forget what it was, and you decided that the next step before you left was to get some information from the Mon Ami, the casino and brothel owned by Silas Belliver, who you know is a ruthless man who very much desires to be nobility and kind of lacked at the boots of and the dregs of Alphonse LeBlanc and was kind of his lapdog. He runs the Belliver Union that kind of roughs up a lot of the laborers in Gullhaven for money, and he had been transporting, at least you thought, women to Alphonse LeBlanc. And at first you weren't really sure what was happening with them. Rodek and the gang went in to kind of do some reconnaissance. They met with his lackey, Leon, who you learn is basically an addict of some kind of drug named Serpent's Breath, which they've drugged from Yulong, completely tweaked out Roduk was able to kind of talk to him and get some good information out of him, and kind of revealing that the girls that he brought to Alphonse LeBlanc were not coming back, and B, that it seems as if the whole situation with the person that had stole money and the whole job that led to Hissy's demise was more or less of a setup. And Annulin managed to sneak into his private office and learn a lot more than I had anticipated. But it's great. And basically learned that he was trying to go to Agwe to join LeBlanc, and LeBlanc refused, saying that he didn't think he was capable of really competing remotely with one Remy Guru, who was someone that the party met like 3 years ago.
Literally.
Yeah, literally 3 years ago. A long time ago. As well as he was able to find another source of girls from someone in Agwe. And
Halfling girls.
well, you then learned that his plan was kind of a desperate plan to get back in his good graces. He was going to send Leon out to find halfling girls, pure girls. He just kind of grasping at these things that made the connection that maybe something about Hissy was important, but he didn't really understand why. So he was just going to try to basically do a strong pitch to join him in Agwe, or at least bring him back to Gullhaven and get back into the limelight as he had previously enjoyed and no longer was. With that, you left. You basically wrapped up your loose ends. You decided that Forgus and Seamus would stick around, keep their eye on Leon, and make sure he wasn't doing too much harm, as well as Forgus was going to try to do some reconnaissance and be the guy in the chair. You left him and Seamus a sending stone, or a talkie-talkie rather, and what
Get
else?
it right.
Yeah, sorry. And you decided to leave Orpheus imprisoned in your dungeon of your mansion.
With a new bed.
With a new bed. Emiria left on the ship with the crooks, which you're paying them to be mercenaries more or less. And you went to your own ship. Oh, thank you.
Thanks for the
Thank
sub,
you,
Dusty
Dusty.
Lion King.
The Lion
We
King.
appreciate it. We love you.
So is it Dusty the Lion King, or is it a Lion King that's Dusty? Answer in the comments. So,
Inquiring minds.
Inquiring minds. Well, inquiring minds want to know your thought about that.
We left him behind. He's not coming.
Damn it. I should have forced him. Anyway, with that, you got on your ship, the Knight's Patience, and you sailed away from Agwe. You realize Captain Isaacs, the captain of the ship, said that it would take 5 to 7 days, depending on the wind. 5 was a little bit ambitious, but potentially good favors of the wind would assist. And with that, you've left Gullhaven behind on a ship yet again. So let's get to it. You are aboard. You are aboard the Knight's Patience. It is. You also say that you've kind of spent the evening getting settled in. You slept in, and it is the next night. You're sailing. You are far enough off the coast that you can't see land, but you know that you've kind of curved around out of Crabhammer Bay. You're hooking around and going along the southern coast of Carquinos to make your way to Agwe. And you're sailing. You're on the ships. You have fair winds. And things seem to be looking pretty good, and you occasionally have to kind of put on a thicker layer as winter is probably come at this point. I don't know, probably early winter.
Thanks for following.
Oh,
I
thanks
love
for the
Dick.
follow. I live Dick.
I love Dick.
I love Dick.
Thank
You know,
I
Dick. I love my brother as well. I love Dick.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
called for.
His name is Richard. Anyway.
I gotta go.
All right, it's been good.
It's been good.
Ladies
Nice
and
campaign,
gentlemen,
guys.
We'll
Wrap it
see you
up.
later.
Pack it up, pack it in. With that, It's a winter has set in probably at this point. It seems like we've lost Andy. Oh no, he's back. And the crew is going around their business. They seem very regimented. Once again, you're seeing Captain Isaac's work. He's giving orders, he's giving commands, but it's not in kind of the same kind of like angry, vicious way that you saw a lot of like the Lockjaws do, and the like. And they see that his crew seems to very much respect him. And you're on the ship. Is there anything you'd like to discuss and do? It's your first full day at sea.
I just want to make a list over the next 7 days of what aquatic animals I'm able to view, for Sylvie purposes.
Okay.
So I just have a little note here of aquatic animals when I get to Agway. If I could just do I see some dolphins? Are there some penguins?
Yes, no. I would say, for that, can you please roll a nature check?
Okay. Oh, I don't even have dice.
Here, use this.
No, I have my own dice.
You're so against using my dice.
That's because your dice are ugly, and also they don't roll as well.
Got him.
Yeah, she got me.
Okay, let's see. This has got to be a good one. It is a good one. See, I would have rolled like a 0 if I had rolled on yours. A nature check. 20.
20. Okay. You spend a lot of your time looking overboard to see what you can see. You see things like the occasional dolphin and porpoise, I'll say. You see the occasional seal and sea lion, flying fish. You see maybe like an occasional marlin leap out of the shore, the water.
Sharks.
Yeah, I would say you see like a shark or two. And I'll just say, like, if you want to like think about something on the fly, and then I'll be generous because you got a 20 at the time. But like if it's like a polar bear, it has to be climate appropriate.
Fine.
It has to be climate appropriate. Okay, what else?
No
you got?
beluga whales.
No beluga whales.
What are you guys doing?
I wouldn't be wearing my armor, like I said last session, but I would have my weapon on me, and be cautious, but at least a little more comfortable that, I've been on a boat before now, and so this is I'm kind of used to this at this point.
Okay.
Oh, but you don't have Ganji this time for water walking.
I don't. So, so maybe I shouldn't even carry my weapon on me. Oh, that's bad, guys. That's me. You guys doing anything in particular?
No, not me. I don't think so. I'm actually out of character trying to figure out which 3 magical items I have on me, because we have so many. Does the weapon count?
The weapon is... shit.
Yes.
Yes, I believe it does.
Fudge. Do I have to be attuned to the teleportation pocket watch?
Yes. Wait, no, I do not believe Venom Spine is
Well, we're in
attuned.
deep shit, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. Let me...
I can always attune to the pocket watch.
So you don't have... Do you have a spare?
I can take my hat off. Because I can cast Disguise Self, so... I don't need to wear my hat. It just prevents me
Nope,
from
it's not
casting.
attunement. Venom Spine is not attunement.
Okay. So we should be good.
Woo! We still might want to give the pocket watch to someone else.
The armor isn't attunement either, I don't believe, so...
It's not.
Oh!
It's
that
not?
would be big.
Yeah, no, the armor's not.
No.
Glamored leather armor is not attuned.
Oh, shit.
Okay, alright, that makes things a little bit better.
So you're good?
I'm gonna keep working on it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
So, as you're sailing, the day seems to get a little bit chillier, but as you continue south, and you're kind of going down south east, and it starts to kind of warm up a little bit. Every 10, 20, 30 miles you're heading further south, and the climate is definitely a lot more pleasant. Sylvie, you would know that the Weberwallow and Agway particularly are warm, basically generally year round. Might get a little kind of nippy, but never like kind of standard winter weather. And at least as far as most of you are used to. Rodek, for you, this is all like incredibly bizarre. Not having snow on the ground most of the year. As you sail down the coast, we'll say probably that night.
The first night.
So you've already spent the night.
Okay.
And then you've spent the day doing, looking for animals or whatever you'd like to do, tuning your items, exploring. You hear a voice in... Who has the Rocky Talkies?
Everybody but me.
Okay.
I don't have one either.
Annulin doesn't have one.
No, I gave Annulin mine. So we...
Did we?
There were
I thought I
5.
gave that back.
You have 3. So yeah, you have 3.
Yeah, so the 3 of them should be fine.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
Because Ganges we gave... so Annulin gave hers to Ratley. And then she took Ganges, and then we gave one to Seamus, so I gave her mine because I have Lumi.
Okay. Good to know. I remember that, actually. And so, you hear a voice, except for Sylvie, in your collective head, and you hear like, "That's all I gotta do is press this button, but I don't... are you sure? Who's listening? Who's listening?" And then it goes off. What? No, are you sure? Oh, okay.
We can't hear you.
What? Hello?
Sorry, I'm tilted. I am gonna respond and just say, hey, it's Avantris. I can hear you.
Okay. Is there any audio we need to adjust? If not, let us know. And I got some information on your efforts in Agwe. I don't know if any of you have been there or spent a lot of time there, but it's I got the decent lay of the land and from some of my sources, which are very excellent, by the way.
All right. Oh, this is Rurik, by the way.
Is this a clothesline?
It is. It's just me, you, Vandris, and Annulin. Currently.
Yeah, hi.
I don't mention Rattling.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you haven't heard from Ratley. You're assuming he may have put it in a desk or something, so I don't have to deal with it. Because fuck that. And he says, "So I got the rundown. I've been to Agwe once before, and it's real nice if you stay in the touristy areas. But go outside and it's a little bit more rough and tumble. Don't fuck with Remy Guru. There is a mayor, and as much as I hate government, I'm pleased that he doesn't actually rule anything, but the one who actually rules everything is apparently this Guru fella. And there are basically 3 major crime syndicate family organizations that have different parts of the town under control and are basically all paid fealty to this Guru guy."
What makes this Guru guy so powerful?
I don't know. All I know is that there are some pretty bad dudes, some cutthroat people down there, and if you mess with the tourism or if you mess with anything, they are very afraid. They all pay him fealty. They all pay him. They pay him off not to fuck with them.
Do you have the names of these 3 crime families?
I do. I couldn't get much, but well, first we got the Bushwhackers.
They would be.
Apparently a bunch of forest gnomes and the like, but the original Agwe natives. They make a psychedelic beverage called Wisp Glow. It's highly prized, but it'll fuck you up. I mean, it's not as good as a Yulong's Banshee Peppers, is what I'm telling you. But that's what I hear. I've never had it. I'm telling you, I've never had it. I don't do any of that. I don't. Then we got the Jade Iris. they're a bunch of Yulongies, mostly Tabaxi, and they're the ones running the Serpent's Breath. That's how that fuck up Leon gets all his supply. They smuggle it into cities and towns that have regulations and the like. I mean, I hate regulations, but these are apparently they're bad dudes. And then there's the Caravan. They are mostly from Neckbet, bunch of chromatic dragonborn deserters running weapons and something called Dune Spice. Some kind of drug you shoot in your eye and you get all hopped up and angry. I've never tried it.
What was that called again? Spice?
It's called Dune Spice.
Dune Spice,
Forgus, I have to say, you sound awfully defensive about all of these. No one's even accused you of anything, and you're very defensive about the drugs that you have never tried.
Vendors I've never done. I am a God's-fearing dwarf. I don't do none of that nasty business. I got my Yulongese peppers, and that's all I need.
I'm just saying, why even defend yourself if no one's accusing?
I'm just saying. Excuse me. And they all got different parts of the town under control. There's apparently territory clashes and the like, but the main drag is all nice and fancy for all the hoity-toity types to come and gamble and eat and drink and be merry, and that's all Garus.
How do these crime families feel about each other in relation to territory? I mean, is there constant warfare? Are they diplomatic and peaceful and they work together? They all kind of have their own section and leave each other alone? What's the deal here?
My understanding from my source is that they don't like each other none, but because of the way that Guru runs the place, that they have clashes, but none of them try to take over the town. It's really Guru that kind of keeps order between all three of them, so there's not just total chaos.
How will we recognize this Guru guy?
Well, Roderick and I have seen him once.
I thought he was just shrouded in a hood.
Yeah, what
I
did he
don't
look
believe
like?
so. That would be unusual.
Could you remind us what he looked like?
Yes, he was in a little rowboat tied up to a log in the river. He had a fishing pole. He was kind of looked unassuming. He had kind of shaggy hair and like a large kind of weathered leather fishing cap and just kind of a leather coat, and kind of almost looked like just like a hobo on the river fishing, playing a dulcimer.
If I remember correctly, y'all fucked that up.
We did. We fucked that up bad. Right, so we have seen him, but he didn't seem, at least the sense that I got is that he wasn't remotely powerful. He just seemed like some kind of hobo on the river that just happened to live in Ogway.
He also wasn't very talkative. He just basically told us that if we ever drop by, that we should visit his riverboat and maybe gamble a little bit.
Well, that's where he is. He's on the big riverboat called the Hungry Catfish. It's on the river. It is the crown jewel of Ogway.
So you're saying we shouldn't set it on fire?
Well, I don't know what he does or what his lackeys do, but I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, Vanders, don't do anything I would do or wouldn't do.
Noted. Thank you.
Is there anything else you can tell us about these families beyond anything we should watch out for? Is one area safer than the other, or should we just try to stay to Guru's kind of nicer areas?
I mean, they welcome open business. It's like any kind of area where crime runs. They're not trying to cause a whole, especially with Guru there, they ain't trying to cause any trouble and picking off civilians. They all have fronts. They all have the caravan runs weapons as a legitimate business, and the Jade Iris is more magic items and art and artifacts, and the Bushwhackers they were the original fishermen in Ogway when it got founded. So they're running fish and food. So that's all I got.
Well, I appreciate it. Of course, let us know if you learn anything else. We're still a few days away, so any information you have before we get there would be greatly appreciated.
Will do. Bring me back a really cool souvenir if you don't mind.
I'll leave that up to Avantris.
Great, thanks.
I'm counting on you, man. It's for real cool.
I'll see what I can do, buddy.
Okay, I know you're rich. Don't skimp on me. Okay. Here you go, Seamus. Here you go, Seamus. And then the voice cuts out.
I guess, are we together?
Do you guys always talk to yourselves like that?
Oh, right. I fill Sylvia in on everything that we learned.
Okay.
Oh, you could have at least said, hey, hold on, Sylvie. We were talking to Forgus. I was sitting here telling you all about this dolphin that I just saw that was so cute.
Well...
And none of you said anything to me.
We'll have to... Maybe they'll have another one that we can, like... We could add an additional
Yeah,
line.
I hope that they have another dolphin.
Well...
Friends and family plans, all that.
right. So... shall we reconvene?
Where? Right here on the deck?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. We're on the deck.
Sure.
I gotta be honest. I don't really want to get involved in another Silver Serpents-esque situation here.
I agree.
Torn between multiple, crime lords and whatnot. We are heroes now, and I don't really know what that means as how we have to behave, because I've always been stab people in the throat, ask questions later, and now I can't be that way anymore. So if we're gonna get ourselves in a situation where we may be in danger, I just have to know how the appropriate way to act is.
What do I know about the bushwhackers? I imagine I would at least know of them.
Yes.
So
I would say that you would probably know that they do a lot of their recruiting from the smaller towns outside of Agwe. A lot of the gnomish families that are kind of dissatisfied with like kind of life in the Bayou, just really plain, so they go to Agwe, and they'll be used as laborers or muscle occasionally, or spies and the like. You know that they employ mostly gnomes, but they do employ bugbears and lizard folk and kind of a lot of the natives of the swamp. And I would say that probably your brothers and cousins would have had some interest or flirting or some appeal there, kind of joining the bushwhackers and making more and getting rich from crime and everything else, and making Wispflow.
well, I'm with Vandris on this. I mean, it was always one of those things that my brothers would do, where they would always threaten Mom they're gonna go join the bushwhackers if she pisses them off again. Oh, don't make me bring home some of that moon glow and fuck up Pop. So I really think that it's just a good idea if we just... Sorry, Andy's face got me. It just seems like it's a really good idea if we just don't get involved. I mean, I think we're here for Hissy, right? So that should be what we do.
Right, I think it's just... Go ahead.
I just was gonna say I agree with Sylvie. I'm worried that if we start asking questions and trying to get to the bottom of anything, these crime families are gonna be on us very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, so the only problem that I see is obviously if we need to get to the bottom of Dracula and he's working with Remy Guru, and Remy Guru's kind of, the big boss man around town, we're inevitably going to run into the other families, and so we just have to figure out a way to kind of walk the fine line between being us and helping Hissy and not drawing too much attention from everybody else.
I will.
So are we going completely covert, or are we trying to be honest and upfront here? I mean, I think honesty will get us killed.
I agree.
Well, we're going to sail into Agwe with, the best ship from Gullhaven. I think we'll be fine. Let's just not mess with any of them. We'll just do our own thing. Alphonse is expecting us. We can pretend that we want to see him. We have our cover.
He's expecting us?
Well, we told all of Gullhaven that we're coming down here. You think he's not going to find out?
He also did send for us.
He did.
He said he wanted to eventually meet. I know that was a long time ago, but I imagine the invitation stands.
And we're
Yeah, but now that I know he has a thing for halflings, he probably wants to, like, taxidermy me.
We'll make sure you don't get taxidermy.
Okay.
Alright?
Well, if you
Now-
promise. It's on my bucket list, but it's the very last one.
So here's what I say. I say we don't enough of this like pretending to be someone else and coming up with this alter ego and wearing cloaks everywhere.
Well, no,
Let's just be us.
ourselves.
Let's be ourselves. Let's just try to
We
stay
just
out
don't
of
tell anyone what we're doing.
right. We're visiting the
We
area.
just keep up the ruse of we're here to see my family.
And we're enjoying finally time where the stakes aren't high, that the world's not ending, and
I imagine people have to know that we're pretty powerful. I mean,
Right.
no one's gonna just pick a fight with us, right?
I mean, we are the
Let's
Pussy
be smart.
Posse, and I'm sure our
no, we're
name-
not. We're not that. Stop saying that.
Well, we don't have any other names.
Well, do we need a name?
Well, how else are people gonna know that we are who we are before we are those people?
Because we have our own individual names.
Yeah, but no one's gonna be like, oh, there's that group with Avantris and Rodek and Sylvie and Annulin. It's much better if they're like, oh, it's the Pussy Posse or it's Sylvie's Squad.
That's definitely not our name.
Well, I mean, we'll talk about it. It's not the first thing that we need to be worrying about right now. It's probably the second.
All right, that's fine. And my point is that let's just stick to the plan. We're visiting your family. We're enjoying kind of our new freedom and our ability to sail places.
So, I don't think we will run into my family, but if we do, I'm not held accountable for anything they do, say, or the way they act. I am not like them. They're very different from me. I'm also not to be held accountable for what I may do, say, or be like, were they to be around. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, what's our next move?
I think we're on the same page. Any questions? Are we aligned?
No. I think our goal is to go eventually talk to old Guru.
Right, and I think that's we may have to at some point, and he certainly has met us. We don't know if he'd remember us at all.
Oh,
But,
you're very unmemorable.
Right. So I'm hoping he doesn't. But let's just lay low. We'll learn what we can about Alphonse and the widow.
And the widow too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Gilda, I'll say from now on. Gilda.
Who? Is that the name of the widow?
Just that lady.
That's interesting that the widow's named Gelda and the widow's named Gilda. Oh my god! I wonder if they're sisters.
All right. Well. Anyways, let's just do that.
I'm going to sleep for the next 5 days.
Let's go. Anyway, okay.
So as you're kind of enjoying the day, the wind kind of starts to pick up, and you see kind of clouds on the horizon off towards south, and you kind of hear very distant rolling thunder. As you look out onto the sea, you see these like huge dark clouds, and Captain Isaacs approaches all of you before you head out and says, "We'll unfortunately have to head inland. This storm is very intense, and so we're going to have to get it as inland as possible. Hopefully, we can avoid it and get around it, and hopefully, it doesn't slow us down too much. I apologize." And so he goes on his way. You start to hear kind of some shouting as the crew is starting to turn course, and you're heading back a little bit towards the north, inland, as you kind of see this huge looming storm.
So you're kind of out in the sea, and now
Yeah,
we're
you're
kind
out
of
on
up
the sea, and
coast,
you're
kind of.
cutting up a little bit north towards the coast to avoid this as much as possible. And as you're, so you all go to bed, and you go to bed. It's late, and what are you guys doing before you go to sleep? Anything?
I'm just spending more of my time looking over the bow of the ship.
Okay.
I want to look for jellyfish, octopi, octopussies for the pussy posse, and I think those are the two main things that I'm kind of looking for.
How late are you going to stay up doing this?
Probably around like 1:30, and then I'll head down to bed. Maybe
Okay.
2.
I'd probably.
I'm gonna sit in my room and just progressively get more and more green as the ship rocking gets worse and worse.
Yeah, you've been utilizing the porthole in your room. You just fly it open, and you're able to just puke out into the sea. The wood elf is very especially green. And so,
Does Captain Isaacs, is he like in the? Is he at the helm?
he's in the captain. He occasionally goes into the helm.
Okay.
When like things are treacherous, so kind of like he went to the helm and kind of bring them in, but he's just generally giving orders. There are helmsmen. It's a rotating thing. The ship does run 24 hours a day, and so there's a rotating schedule of crewmen.
I'd probably be, if it would be like acceptable, kind of like talking to Captain Isaacs and learning about the ship and kind of shooting the shit.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can see that he's like generally busy, but he does take time because
Right.
you're basically the owners of the ship, and this is all for you guys. And he's getting paid and ordered to do that. Paid very well, you get the sense, given that this is a entire mercenary company. And he's a fairly high-ranking captain. That he gives you time of day, he gives you kind of like the history of the Sea Eagles and how Amalia became the serpent, the silver serpent, after her father had died in a sea battle with a kraken, and how
long ago?
What?
How long
It's a
ago?
very long time
Okay.
ago, when she was young. It was when she was very young, and so she kind of a Reeve situation. So basically, she had to grow up very quickly and assume the admiral position very, very quickly, and how this is, their smallest galleon. It's able to go as basically as fast as most of their ships of that size can, and that it was an honor to serve you guys and that kind of thing. And so, basically, as soon as you are, I'll say Sylvie, you're kind of finishing looking over the side, you're going back into bed. It'll probably take like another 30 minutes, an hour to kind of settle in. And it's late, you're probably the only one up. And
I'm writing in my book of grudges.
yeah, you're writing in your book of grudges. You make a perception check, actually.
Thank you for
Thanks for the
the
sub.
sub.
Thank you for the
Appreciate
sub,
it.
Monkey.
You're the best.
2 months in a row, baby.
Baby!
He said perception.
Yep.
I think it's probably just a 10.
Wisdom 0.
Yeah, I think so. I'm really not perceptive. Yeah, it's a 10.
10. Okay. I will say then, while you're kind of settling in, you hear sounds like a distant scream, followed by a splash.
Huh, I wonder what that was. Well, good night, Lumi. No, I'm kidding. Oh my god, what was that? Lumi, go. Oh my god, you go tell Rodek I'm going to run, and I'm sure Annalyn heard it. She's very perceptive. I'm going to, I gotta put on something cute. I'm gonna throw on something cute. I'm gonna go tell Vandris. And then I'm gonna jump on Vandris
Okay.
and wake him up and tell him.
You jump on Vandris.
And then Lumi's to
Lumi
Rodak.
shakes you awake, Rodak, and wakes you
Would
up.
I have heard that if I were meditating?
Make a perception check.
$22.
22. I would say, okay, you're super hyper perceptive. You hear the splash as well, and you wake up, and as soon as all of you are awoken, you hear the sound of another splash as footsteps are just going crazy over top on the deck.
I'm gonna jump on my broom.
Okay.
and I'm gonna start circling the ship to see if I can find anybody floating in the water that I could potentially save.
Does it sound like it's coming from our ship?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Is the ship like rocking more than it was before? Like, is it like heavy storm?
It is smooth sailing, basically, as much as it was. And you are... I may as well just do this.
Oh god.
Oh no.
You know it's better the DM says that.
So...
I wonder if combat's gonna happen.
You, Sylvie, you run out, you hear the crew shouting at each other as you hear another scream and a splash. Scream and a splash. As you are running out. Sylvie, you fly up and make a perception check for me. It's very dark. Clouds are covering the moon. 7. You look around and you are unable to see anyone in the water. The water is very, very dark, and the water is, a little choppy. You can't see anyone floating, but as you all run out, you see kind of where these watchmen would be. Sylvie, you're finally able to see creatures arise from upside of the ship, slithering, hideous, fish-like, each armed with a harpoon, with a very thick rope tied to it, tied around their waist. They have these kind of strange kind of tentacles hanging down from their face, very high fins, and you see 4 of them in the spot, obviously on either side of the ship. As you are all kind of emerging, running up, you see some of these soldiers are kind of running out, their swords drawn. Everyone roll for initiative.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Okay.
I got 11.
Hold on. You can just clear all this, please.
Okay, yep. I did the-
Oh wow, okay, cool.
I can handle that.
So, 20 to 25. Anybody? 15 to 20?
19.
Sylvie got a 19. 18 Annulin. Hold on, actually, let me see what this guy got. Okay, 18, Monsters 1 is next. Rhoda and Vantage, what do you get?
14.
11.
11. Scribe. You got a 14?
Recruiter for the camera on.
In place.
Okay. Actually, no.
are.
And then Matthias, at least as far as the cards, will be the soldiers.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
You have to move it to the front.
Oh. There we go.
Sorry. Okay.
It's moving, right?
Yeah, I gotta. Can you place us where we would be?
I'll say Sylvie can be wherever she wants, flying.
I'm
And
just
then
kind of figured I'd probably be like somewhere over here.
you'll be over here with that. They were very stealthy. And then there are doors here that basically go towards the lower deck. So you guys will basically can just be wherever you want. If
Okay, so let's just
Yeah,
say
just
that
kind of
we're
be
all-
there.
Yeah, here.
And then you might want to move the camera back. Yeah. Is that a good angle for you guys? Can you see it well enough? Cool. Oh wow, those are allies?
those are allies.
Okay. I was like, oh god, they're way more than I thought.
So these are like big dudes.
These are big fish guys with harpoons. And yeah, we'll go there. Okay, cool.
Okay, Sylvia, you're up.
I am going to the one that's closest to me. I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter
Okay.
on it.
Number 1.
Number 4.
Number 4. Okay.
Yeah. So it has to make a save, I believe. Yeah, wisdom save.
It was save. Okay.
17.
Natural 1 plus 0. It fails.
It thinks everything is hideously funny and it falls over laughing.
Okay. You kind of see it and it makes this horrific, like, and it's laughing so hard, it's kind of was making its way up. It falls back into the sea with a loud splash.
As long as it has an intelligence score 4 or higher.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, which number was that? Is that the one
4.
closest to?
4.
So just put him kind of off, just off there for now. He is now splashing into the water. Okay. Annulin, you're up.
Okay, just a quick question out of character. The strongbow, does that use same ammunition as a regular longbow?
Yep. Yep. It was enchants your basically it enchants your ammunition as you fire from it.
Right. Okay, I am going to. I can't see what the number is, but the one that would be to Anil's left on the boat.
Okay. Yep.
3.
Go for it.
Okay.
So you just move up, like, here.
I think she was fine where she's at.
Well, this will be inside.
Yeah.
Oh, inside. Okay.
Or,
yeah.
so let's say you ran out first.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on that one,
Okay.
and then fire an arrow from the strongbow.
Okay.
I told you
got
all
it.
of your pen.
I need like 10 seconds because I forgot how to play.
Richie, all of your pens are in the Batman. What do you have? I can't help you. You don't tell me.
Okay, I think it's 13 to hit.
Okay. 13 barely hits.
And do they count as giant type creatures?
They are not.
That's 10 damage.
10 damage.
Oh shit, no, I fucked that up. Hold on. That's 13 damage.
13 damage. Okay, for your first arrow. What number is that, Rich?
3.
13. Your arrow pierces into its fishy, scaly hide. Kind of this, only kind of these light leathers, and you pierce right in, and there's kind of this seeping green blood coming out.
Okay, and I'll just fire a second arrow.
Okay. Your second one flies out.
19 to hit.
19 that hits. Roll damage.
Damage.
17 damage? Okay. Holy shit. Your second one kind of flies into its abdomen and it slithers and it's angry. So it is their turn. As soon as you see as that happens, you kind of hear from behind you on the ship the sound of another one slithering up. And this one has a heavy, rusted chain in one of its hands. And with that, they're all going to attack. They're all going to move onto the ship, and then number 4 is going to try to go here, go here. And he's going to try to go there. And
He gets to make another wisdom save on his turn.
oh, he does? Okay. I'll see if it passes. It does not pass. Okay, and so with that, it is going to chuck the harpoon at you, Annulin.
Annulin harpoons.
Yep. That's going to be a 17 to hit. That hits.
Barely.
Oh my god. Doing max damage.
Oh.
16 points of piercing damage.
Holy shit.
And pulls the rope. You are flung, dragged towards this creature. Can you move Annulin directly in front of it? 20 feet.
So he's here?
Yeah, he's there. So like 20 feet there. And then he's going to then go in for a bite on you. And he's going to critically fail. He totally misses. And so with that, these are going to attack.
He's going to slither over here. He's going to slither over here, dragging the chain.
And they're all going to make attacks. Okay. Oh, those are both going to hit. Okay. And this one just completely stabs and tears the throat out of the guard that's standing on the top of the deck there.
This guy?
That one? Yeah, that one.
Bye, guard.
And the one there misses both. The guard is able to deflect both with his swords, right to my side. And then the one on your side, Rich.
I don't know what you're saying.
That one.
Okay. Okay, here we go. He is going to stab with the harpoon and bite, and but he is able to. He's barely hanging on. Number 5 is wounded. And then the
5 over here is wounded.
No, the one.
6.
Yeah, that one. That's wounded. Okay. That's it. Bro, you're up.
So I'll rip out, and what I see, I guess looking around, would I see that Annulin's like impaled? Would it be like clear to me?
Yes.
Okay. So I would turn, and I 1, 2, yeah, I can get in there. 3, 4. So I would, yeah. So I will make 2 attacks. Oh, that's not good. 15 and 13.
15 and 13. Both hit.
Oh, great. Wow, I'm hard pressed to miss. 12 damage. 16 damage.
16 damage. As you're swinging twice.
Yeah, so it's 12 plus 16. So.
Okay, you swing your sword, slices across its chest. As it kind of rears up, you lob off its head as it tumbles back into the sea with the harpoon still attached.
Can I try to make a free object interaction on the harpoon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Make an athletics check for me.
Yeah.
Don't pull it out, don't pull it out, don't pull it out, don't pull it out.
6, so 9, 7, or 15.
15. Okay, you manage to grab the harpoon as this thing falls and the rope breaks and it collapses into the sea. Annulin's still staying on the ship with the harpoon in her. Okay. That's it?
Yep.
Okay. As that happens, you hear the chains start to rattle and get more and more and more slack. And Rhoda, right kind of near you, you see an enormous hand reach up over the side of it. It is long, scaly, long fingers and webbed. And it heaves up this creature, hideous, a long nose, gills kind of on the side, has this kind of shimmering greenish skin, and this row of massive teeth. It looks kind of familiar to the frost troll that you had chased you, but this one looks like it was made to live underwater, and it stomps right here. A chain collar, a metal collar around its neck.
I'm gonna like.
Does it look like it's chained to something in the water, or is it just a collar?
It's chained to that guy standing right there.
Oh, okay.
On the top deck there. And so with that, he is going to lunge in for a bite, Rodek. And that is absolutely going ahead. If I can find my d8s.
My AC is 14 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you're not wearing your armor.
Nope.
7 points of piercing damage as it bites into
I don't
you.
have my special handy dandy subtract 3.
14, and both of these, he slices with both of his claws, and as soon as he rends you 4, and he actually rolled the damage. Should probably do that. Ooh, yikes. $28 points of slashing damage.
On top of the
on top
7?
Of that, on top of that. He bites you, slashes
23?
you. Yeah, 28.
Oh, okay.
Slashes you, and because he slashes you, you kind of see his gullet kind of expand and just spills this acid all over your sword. It has -1 to attack.
Oh, great. And damage is attack.
Damage plus attack and damage. Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
Shouldn't have asked that question.
Okay.
Bet you're regretting that now.
Okay, Brandis, you're up.
Okay. So which one did Annulin attack?
Annulin attacked the one that died closer to me. Or I guess.
Oh. Okay. Alright, so
It's
the other
dead.
3 haven't been engaged by us.
No, they've been engaged by the soldiers though.
That's fine. I am going to use my movement and my bonus action to dash to the fish that's all the way farthest away on Rodek and Annulin side of the ship.
That one.
Correct?
So you can pretty much get anywhere here. You have preference?
Well, how many spaces was it to there?
So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half.
Alright, so I'll just have to use my bonus action to dash and use my dash movement to get there.
Well, so your bonus action dash gives you 12 spaces, so you still have an action.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I have my movement.
Yes.
Right. I'm just saying I use my bonus action
Yep.
dash to get there.
Yep, you're good.
Yep.
So I'm just
I
saying
am
you
now
can.
going to attack.
Okay, so my point is you want to stay there, right? That's fine.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
16.
16 hits.
Uh, 31 points of damage.
31 points of damage. You stab Venom's spine just deep into its back and cuffs up that green blood onto the soldier it's engaged with. It looks weak, but it's still hanging on.
Then I'm going to use my my disengage from the thing that I attacked.
Okay.
I forget what it's called.
Fancy footwork.
Yes, fancy
Yep,
footwork.
you can just back
and
up.
I'm going to use the remaining 1 square or whatever it is for my dash plus my 6 movement to run towards Annulin and Rodek as close as I can to that troll.
Okay. You run over.
So you have dash gives you 6. Your movement gives you 6.
So you have 12. So you have 1.5 left.
So you have 1.5 left
Alright,
total.
fine.
Okay, so you want to back up just in this direction?
Yep. Okay.
To clarify, the little guys, are they our soldiers or not?
Yes. Yes. They're the Sea Eagles. Their swords are drawn. And
So what's the troll chained to then?
To this guy.
to that guy, yeah.
Okay, got it.
So this is like a big version of or it's like the same as the other guys, but he's like a little more menacing. And then he's like
So there's
controlling
a chain
this guy.
that attaches to the troll?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a long, long chain, and the troll is creeping up. Trolls are stealthy. Okay, so they're all just going to go. I'm just going to roll for 2. 2 is going to hit. Let's actually roll damage. He may. Okay. He slashes with his sword once across the chest. The guy that he's engaged with is looking very rough. Okay, and then could you move that soldier down the stairs to engage with that one?
This one here?
Actually, no,
guy?
yeah, the one soldier's going to go up the stairs, and then that guy's going to go over there,
Okay.
and then that one soldier's going to go
Over here?
up over to him, and then that one is going to run up.
What's his movement?
At 30. Okay. They're going to both attack. That is going to...
4 can't reach him this turn.
One's going to miss, but one is going to hit. That is going to be 6 points of slashing damage to number 1. Slices him across the back. The other one misses, managed to parry with his harpoon. The troll is so large, he's able to make an attack on his back on that deck. And he's going to just do that now. And that should probably, that'll hit. And it'll... Gets first blood on the troll, slicing across, or the scrag. And,
Is that what it's called?
yeah, sea troll's a scrag, that's fine. 9 on the troll. Slices across. As soon as the sword rends the flesh and slices, this disgusting, putrid stench kind of fills your nostrils, and it is a disgusting creature. It smells as acidic as the other one. So this one is going to, it's going to dash, or you can just push it over. He's going to stand next to the corpse of his fallen comrade.
Right here?
And yeah, and then number 3, he's going to make an attack, and that's also going to hit. And then that's going to be a bit of damage to the guy with the
5.
chain. Okay. Okay, that's their turn. Sylvia, you're up.
I'm going to fly over here and drop down onto the deck. And I'm going to look at the troll and I'm going to cast polymorph on it.
Okay.
I want to polymorph him into a, let's do a crab.
A crab. Okay, what's the save?
19. It's a wisdom save, I believe.
You can polymorph trolls, right?
Can polymorph a creature. Yeah,
Okay.
wisdom.
He fails.
Cool, for
And
an hour
so-
he is a crab.
So, you see this enormous looming creature shrink as you kind of see this chitinous shell start to form on him, and then here's this little tiny crab on the ground.
Well, now aren't you just the cutest? Leave that stupid dwarf alone.
So he just turns into a crab in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can pick him up now. I'm too far away.
Who's next?
Anyway.
Anulin.
I forget, if you attack it, it just turns back into a troll, right?
Yeah, basically, if you do all the crab's hit points, it'll turn back into a troll.
And it'll come back at its original hit point. Like, or
Yes.
whatever it went into a
Yeah.
crab format. Right. Okay, cool. I'm gonna leave that one alone. I am going to move towards the center of the ship so I can get kind of an eye line on the creature next to Avantris.
Okay.
And then I'm going to transfer my hunter's mark and fire 2 arrows.
Okay, the one that Vanish is on.
It's number 2.
Number 2, just roll the first one because he's low.
And this guy no longer has toxicity laughter because of concentration.
Okay.
22 to hit.
22 to hit, that hits.
And he's damaged, you said? So.
Yeah, he's damaged.
Ooh, that's 8.
8 points. That's just enough. And the arrow flies through its skull and then falls to the ground dead.
So I will wing around and fire an arrow at the one that's with the 2 guards
Okay.
nearby.
And he's damaged? What's he damaged?
He is damaged, yep. Wait, that's number 1?
Number 1.
Yeah, he's damaged. Barely.
So that's 26 to hit.
Hits.
Barely.
I'm rolling like bonk. 12 damage.
12 damage.
No? Yeah, 12. Sorry.
12 damage. As the arrow flies in, gets in its upper shoulder, and then it hisses at you, but not too wounded. Okay. Their turn. And with that, he's going to... this one is going to, now that he's in the sea, he's going to scale the ship and just barely get on. and he's going to
here?
yeah, right there, and he's going to see Annulin chuck the harpoon again, and just fail horrifically, and he's going to yank it back, and he can't do anything else. And Sylvie's on her broom, right?
No, I landed.
Okay. And actually, so he'll actually run over to Sylvie and just give her a old bite attack. Because I did not know. And critically fail. Okay, that's just fine. He just stumbles. He's really disoriented.
He was just laughing.
So the one that attacked, he is going to go in and make a harpoon and a bite. One is going to miss, and he's going to stab the harpoon into guard number 6. And guard number 6 looks wounded, but is still alive. Okay. Oh, so that means that the crab would slip out, the chain falls to the ground and slides into the sea, and then this marrow looks and notices that there's nothing clanking it, and it looks around, doesn't see the troll anywhere, and just chucks it. And with that, it is going to stab into the one that has been fighting it and bite it. Attempt
Number
to.
3.
Yeah. And that's going to be a crit. Okay, yeah. It runs the guard through the chest. The guard spits blood on the ground and collapses to the ground dead. This marrow has killed 2 of these.
3 or 4?
Yeah, 3. Okay. Who else is up?
There's this guy went. This guy.
He went.
Yeah, he went.
So it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see him turn to a frog right in front of me, or crab. Can I attempt to pick up the crab?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna reach down and grab it.
Make an athletics contest versus his dex.
It's the crab's dex, so
Yeah.
whatever crab's dex is.
Really good. 20.
You snatch it.
Okay.
It's not even close. You have a squirming crab. It's big for a crab,
Right.
but you're able to grab it with your meaty dwarf fingers.
I'm gonna grab it, and I guess with my sword in one hand, or I guess I would put my sword away to grab it. I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I chuck it into the inside and then just shut the doors?
You know that there are people in there.
There are people downstairs. Well, it's just a crab, though, right?
Yeah. Does it ever get to roll? Every
No,
time?
it failed its save, so for an hour it's a crab.
Okay, it's
Right.
a crab.
Unless
Yep.
it drops to 0 HP.
Would I know that?
Huh? Yeah.
I would know that.
You
So
know,
I
you've
would.
been polymorph more
Okay,
than
yeah,
anything
you just
else.
chuck the crab.
Yeah, I chuck the crab and I close the doors.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I guess that would have been like my action, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I have one more movement. I'm just gonna turn and bring my sword back out.
Okay.
And so he's in the boat.
God damn it. I hate calling him so much.
The crab.
I only get it once a day.
Okay. Whose turn is it? Oh, it's the crab's turn. You hear scuttling. Okay. Vandus, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna dash across the ship directly to the other side and attack the creature that Annulin just attacked.
Okay.
I don't think you need to dash. You have
You know what I mean.
6 spaces, right?
Yeah.
I don't actually mean dash.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
you
make sure
run-
you
yeah,
weren't
you run
using a
across.
bonus action if you didn't have to.
Rich, could you move Vandus, please?
Move anywhere?
Vandus
He's just
towards
moving
the guy
to
across
the
the
1.
ship.
He's moving 6 spaces to number 1. 6 spaces to number 1.
1, 2. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah. You dodge around this. That is a wooden slat that's fully smooth on the ground there, where it's used to load in cargo.
So we can walk over it.
26.
Hits, totally hits. Jesus.
Misses.
27.
Points of damage?
Yes.
Holy
Just barely.
28 plus 6.
Just barely. As these two guards have their swords drawn, kind of battling with this horrific fish monster, you take the opportunity and manage to get your rapier straight through the throat. You hear that as it shatters its spine, connecting its head, and its eyes roll back, and it tumbles forward onto the deck. Just fucking barely to the hit point. Okay. With that, it is guard's turn. Seeing that, they're all kind of rallying, and they are going to go. I'm gonna run over here. Seems all of these, they are not paid to be afraid. 6, 7, 8, 9. 6. So they can't. These two can attack. You can't. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's their movement. And drawn. So we have 2 attacks on that one, and one's going to critically fail. One is going to hit. That is going to do not too much damage. You see the sword make contact on number 4. First time he's been injured, he's been laughing his ass off, or his tail off. And then both of those are going to be able to make attacks. One is going to fail, but one is going to get a natural 20.
Uh-oh.
And, yeah, okay. You see that it kind of plunges into tearing some of this fishy muscle. There's this dank fish smell in the air, but it's not too overwhelming. First time? Oh no, it's not. 5. And then, okay. With that, Sylvie's turn.
I am going to cast Glitter Lance on number 5.
Okay.
Should have done that. So it would be 15 and 24, I think.
Okay. Both hit.
Making sure. Oh, plus 11. So 26 and 17.
17, okay.
14 plus 15 is 29.
29 points of damage?
Yeah.
Number 5. Both of your arcs of glitter lance hit it. Its scales are singed as kind of glitter is ingrained in its putrid flesh. But it is wounded, but it is holding on.
And then as a bonus action, I am going to cast Healing Word.
Okay.
At a 4th level.
Okay.
No, I'll do it at 1st level. I'm going to cast Healing Word on Annulin.
Okay.
9 points of healing.
9.
9
You
points
get
of
9 points of healing.
Okay. 9 points of healing. What's your word going to be?
Oh. Krabby Patties!
Okay, you hear that and you feel so healthy. With that,
So lovely.
Annulance, your turn.
I didn't think about it.
What is my vantage point, like, looking towards the stern of the boat, the guy that's up there? Would I be able to see him from where I'm standing, or is that, like, section in the middle of raised?
That is like 15 feet up, or at least, and there's a wooden railing. I would say he is large, so I'd just say he only has like half cover.
Would I have been able to hit him then with my glitter lance with where I'm at?
With where you're at, it's like you're literally next to a wall, so you wouldn't be able to see him.
I literally just hit him with 2 abilities.
Oh,
Did you do it on this guy?
Yeah, number 5, not number 4.
No, I mean, I guess no, technically not. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. So also you can do it.
I mean, I can move and you can take an attack
sure,
of opportunity on
Yeah,
me.
you can move. That's fine.
So yeah, I'll
Yeah.
move my movement to get to right here.
What's your AC?
15.
15. He is going to slice. I believe he's going to slice at you. Yeah. No, he's going to harpoon you.
So which one did you attack, Nikki?
This
Number
one.
5.
No, I'll just say he bites. Sorry.
So he's hanging on. How's the one that you were standing next to?
I have no idea.
Yeah, how's he looking?
7 points of slashing, piercing damage to you. What? He is looking at number 4.
4.
He's pretty healthy.
He's
Okay,
healthy.
cool. I had this mixed up. I thought she was attacking the one next to her. Okay, I am going to, in that case, transfer my hunter's mark to that dude and fire 2 arrows.
Okay. On number 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Great. One is a critical fail,
Okay.
and one is a 20 to hit.
Okay. Hits. Obviously.
And he does have damage, he's just not super damaged, right?
Yep.
How's number 5 looking?
He's looking wounded, but not like.
So he's like hardy. We can tell he's hardier than the other
Yes.
ones. Okay.
Yeah. Not by much, but enough.
18 damage.
18 damage to number 4. It's the ship kind of rocks and you just fly it up towards the moon that you can't see, and the other one hits 14 points of damage. It sticks out of his fishy hide. With that, it's their turn. They look around. Their scrag, their troll, is nowhere to be seen. And they kind of look like both of their eyes narrow. They call out to each other in a language. What languages can you speak?
I don't speak any aquatic language. Unless it's Dwarvish.
No.
Yeah. Unless
Okay.
it's yeah.
And they speak out in some horrible language, and both of them kind of nod at each other and make it for the side. They both slither over, grab onto the railing.
Boink.
Well, they'll get attacks of
They will.
opportunity from those guys.
They will.
And so 3 on him. 2 are going to miss. 1 is going to hit on him. Okay. Both of them misses. This creature slithers out of the way, but one does manage to slice him for. And then for those 2, they're going to hit this guy. 1 is going to miss, but 1 is going to hit, and he looks like he's barely hanging on. But both of them are going to throw their harpoons at kind of some of the healthier looking ones of these guards. And let's see. Both are going to hit as the harpoons stab into them non-lethally in non-lethal areas, and they are yanked forward, and they are going to each try to grab on to each of them.
Oh shit.
And they are both going to succeed in taking
7.
Number 4 is going, and then number 7 is going.
as both of them, and they just drop into the water. They let go. They each let go, and they drop into the water. You hear loud splashes as they disappear from sight.
I look around. Do we see any more monsters?
Not yet, no.
Where's the captain? I rush up to the captain's quarters.
Okay. As you run over,
I'm getting on my broomstick and going after this guy.
okay. You take off into the air, and you are going to go into the water.
I mean, if I have to, yeah.
Okay. So, Rhoda, you run down, you pass the skittering crab, and you pass this skittering crab as you run over, and you bang on the captain's quarters. And you bang, bang, bang. Captain Isaac opens the door, and he looks incredibly, like his eyes are bloodshot, he looks incredibly tired. He says, "What's wrong?"
Have you been asleep this whole time?
Yes, no one came away. What's wrong?
Half your crew's dead, or there was an attack of these fish people. There was a troll. He's turned into a crab outside.
He immediately walks over to his chest, opens it, pulls out his gleaming sword, no armor, in his like woolly pajamas, with his nightcap on. He starts walking up. It's like, show me where. And he's grabbing his hilt and walking.
Come, and I run up and I show him the corpses of the. And I guess we can jump to other people if it's taking too long, but eventually once we get up here, show them the corpses and okay, look at all these dead people.
Van Sandman, what are you doing? Can't hear you.
I'm gonna try to pull a harpoon out of me.
Okay, make an athletics check.
$22.
22. You manage to yank it out. You take 4 points of piercing damage as you yank it out, but it doesn't. You're not bleeding out or anything. It stings. Sylvie, I need you to make a perception check.
15.
15. You look around. It's very dark. You see kind of some choppy water of where they entered, and you can tell that they are not kind of swimming on the top. They dove right down.
Do I know how water would affect my broom?
It gives you flying speed, so it would not propel you through water.
So it would just literally just.
It would basically,
stand still.
yeah, it would stand still. It basically can't propel swimming speed versus flying speed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go back to the ship.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna.
Sorry, out of character. How do you know? Where would you find your swimming speed?
Your swimming speed, unless you have a special one, is half of your movement, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
I'm gonna go collect the crab.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna fly up as high as I possibly can into the air, and I'm gonna drop it onto the deck of the ship.
Okay.
In an attempt to kill it in one blow. Like, literally fly it up as high as I possibly can.
Okay.
I thought that only eliminates the crab's hit points and doesn't do anything to the actual creature.
It doesn't. All hit points that it takes, the flow over goes to the actual person.
I thought we literally did that the opposite way last time we did this.
So, yeah.
That's how we killed that one guy, was by dropping him in
Yeah, as a
pig
pig.
As a pig, you let him release, and so he took the full damage.
But I believe it's like shape changing, right?
Yeah.
Where the hit point,
Does it? Okay.
I can check.
Does anyone? So how high could a broom get? Let me hold on one sec.
Or let's just put him in the bag of holding.
Any excess damage carries over to its normal form.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to fly up. You're going to do. So you're going to fly up and let the crab fall.
Either that or I can put him in the bag of holding.
Then he's going to turn into a troll.
But he'll die.
And he's a gigantic troll, isn't he? He's going to crush all our stuff.
Well,
I have the bag of holding, so. Hold on,
we just have a dead troll body in there.
Before we do that, he's fine. Let's search for the people that are
He's
overboard.
only as fine as long as I'm concentrating on him. If anything else happens, there's the potential for him to come back. And
Can we
then
at
he
least
could
try to
kill
see-
an entire
Captain,
group of people.
What? First of all, what are these things? Second of all, can we save your men? Someone overboard.
So he finally gets there. He's in his pajamas and he looks around with horror at the bloodshed, and he says, "Why did the lookouts not wake me?
They were probably the first ones to die, if I had to guess.
How many are gone?" Status report, and he walks over to some of his soldiers. The soldiers are immediately rush up to him, and they start filling him in. And his eyes are kind of, he has this stoic steel face as he's explaining, and he nods and he says, "Marrow, where? Why would they be here? And he goes and he says, how many were there?
There were about 5 or 6. How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there were 6.
Well, there were 5, and then the troll.
Right. There were about 5 or 6, and Sylvie heard a scream, and we came on board, and there were, fishmen with harpoons. We heard at least a few go over before we even came on the deck.
He nods, and he turns. Well, we've never come this far inland before. I had no idea that there were marrow on this route.
But you're saying you've seen them before?
Oh, any sailor has seen marrow before. Demon-worshipping scum. How many did they take and...
I don't know, a couple fell over the ship, and that's why I came up here, and then they took 2. So, I don't know, 4 maybe?
A few men were killed.
And he calls out, "Come, gather these men and women." And you see that one is a female and one is a male that have been slain. And the guards that are alive, you start to see that the crew
Thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow,
Oh, thank you.
man.
Welcome. The crew starts to kind of gather the bodies. The ones that are kind of the more civilians that weren't armed kind of are coming out. They were hiding in the rigging or whatever, avoiding capture at all costs. You have two of these creatures on the deck, and he goes over and he pulls out his sword and he pokes it, and he kicks it over with his boot, or rather his bare foot, because he's been sleeping. And he looks at it. You can kind of see that there's this layer of slime on his foot, and he says, "I don't understand." And he says, "Where are we?" And he goes and he leaves to go. I'm going to check my charts, and he leaves and goes back to his captain quarters. As you have the crab. That's
Yeah. Rhoda, can I see the bag of holding, please? I'm not gonna put it in there.
You swear?
Yes. Can I just see the damn bag?
I want like a pinky promise or whatever you think is like set
you're
in
gonna
blood.
give me the damn bag, or I'm gonna take it.
All right.
So I'm gonna root around in there, crab in my arm, and I'm gonna pull out a ring.
This is a ring of water walking. You wear this. Okay?
Shite.
You wear this, and you wear your armor all the time. So I don't have to turn trolls into crabs, because I could have turned Annulin into a dolphin when she wasn't looking, and now it's ruined!
When did we get this?
A long time ago.
a very long
and
time
it's been
ago.
in our bag, and I'm really sick of this weird water phobia you have. So put it on. You don't have to retrieve it.
To be fair, it's not water phobia when you die from drowning. So I think
Right,
it kind of has a point.
No, it's irrational. Now
It's
you
not-
can walk on water, and
this works exactly the same way that Genji's spell
yes,
works.
but you don't have to cast a spell. You don't have to worry about it falling off. The ring, as long as you're wearing it, lets you walk on water for as long as you want. So
Oh
please
shite!
put your armor on.
Well, that would
Your
have. I'm a
underwear is
bit rough.
dirty, and I'm gonna press digitation in. You're so gross. Now what do we do?
All right,
about this
and I
guy?
immediately rush down and I start putting on my armor.
Okay.
Okay,
You
well,
put on your armor. It doesn't take like 10 minutes to put on plate.
well, he's doing
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
What do you guys want me to do about this crap?
How long have the people that got pulled overboard, how long have they been in the water?
Oh,
I-
they're definitely dead.
I would say 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay, so like brain dead, basically.
We'll see. You don't know what they wanted them for, so.
Probably some sick
Oh,
demonic
shit.
ritual, and yeah. But anyway, this crab.
What are we gonna do with it?
I mean, I gave 2 amazing options, and Rodek is doing what Rodek always does, and he has an issue with all of them, so I don't really know what to do.
I mean, I assume there's no reasoning with it, so we have to kill it.
Yeah. I just would prefer, it did this weird thing that made Rodek's weapon all gross, and I'd prefer if going into all of this, we're not ruining all of our stuff by fighting it. So I'm trying to prevent us having to actually have to fight this thing. And if we could just kill it, you know, like putting it in the bag of holding and let it die to the powers that may be in the bag of holding God, as it were. And I don't know.
I suppose Rodek's weapon isn't fixable.
I have no idea. I really don't know.
I'm assuming by this point you would have come back.
I would say you'd come.
Okay, I'm back. All right, I'm ready to
Kind of
go.
waiting on you.
Are we? So, can we save the men? Are we going to try to go after them?
Well, I did. I went and I looked, but they're swimming. And as you know, I'm very slow on land. I'm even slower in the water. So you don't like swimming. You now have a ring to walk on top of the water, so I'm assuming you're not going into the water. At this point, we could send 2 elves into the depths to die. So now we're not going after the people. We'll just let whatever happens, happens with them. We have a place to be. We just talked about this. We cannot get involved in things that we don't need to get involved in.
I agree, but they're our crew.
Yeah, and now they're their crew.
I'm gonna go find the captain.
Okay.
That's great. You just talk to the captain more.
I'm gonna
So-
fly up in the air and I'm gonna drop the crab onto the deck of the ship.
Okay. So how many feet in the air?
I'm gonna go literally as high as I can go before I feel like sick to my stomach because of altitude changes.
And you're going to be able to kind of aim going that high with the boat moving?
Oh, I guess not. Fuck. Okay, at sleight of hand, I'm going to try and slip the crab into the bag of holding.
Okay. Perception? Rodek? Oh, Rodek's not there. Rodek's not there.
No, I'm saying before he left. Because I was going to fly out.
Okay.
But if that doesn't make
What's
sense.
your sleight of
then,
hand?
13.
Okay.
Yeah, he passed.
Okay.
20, whatever.
You
No,
see-
what are you? I immediately grab it back.
He grabs it. You have it, and then
You have an hour. We can leave him as a crab. Just hold
I
on to
don't
it.
have a crab anymore.
And so.
I don't have an hour anymore.
So you run to the captain, and he comes out and he says, "We're off the coast of Gauntsmith, and I've never been this close to the shore. The reefs are treacherous, but I had no idea that there were.
I'm going to drop the
creatures."
crab into the water.
Okay. You drop the crab into the water, and it.
Since we've been on this trip, have we seen Emiria, right? Not Amalia.
Emiria.
She's in her own ship.
Yeah, you know she's in her own ship that's decently slower than you are, and given the pace, you'll probably get in there at least 2 days before she does.
Okay, so
Dog.
we weren't like nearby to her or anywhere. Okay, never mind.
What do you know about Mero? Is there any chance that these men that they're taking, that they're alive?
If they are alive, it's not for very long, and if it is for long, whatever comes out is not going to be pretty. And he kicks over the marrow. He kicks over the other marrow as he walks out onto the deck, and he roots around through it, and he grabs a something around its neck, and he grabs kind of a leather. There seems to be a leather necklace tied around the one marrow's neck, and he rips it off, and he holds it up and he says, "No one touch this." And you see what looks to be a small stone idol of a creature that is kind of hunched, and its limbs, if you could call them that, are together. It seems to be this mixture of reptilian and mammalian and kind of octopus with tentacles for arms, a strained kind of lizard tail, bird-like legs, feathers here and there, and 2 heads that look almost like pseudo-simian, almost ape-like, and but look like nothing more like skulls. And he holds it up and says, "This Whatever happened to them, it is not going to be pretty.
What is that?
This is the idol of Demogorgon.
And you mentioned that they worship devils. Is that
Demons.
or demons? Is that said demon?
He is a god, a demon god. I don't know if he exists. I try to stay away from that. But they worship this horrific creature, and whatever they do with them, horrible dark rituals. I've heard of sailors returning, and they are not the same. They seem the same. They have a lilted net, and they are changed.
So they're lost.
I can't swim. I mean, I can't swim as fast as a Marrow can. I can swim.
It sounds to me like there's basically nothing we can do but stay on our guard and try to get to port as safely as possible.
It seems that way, and he takes it and looks at it, and he just throws it overboard. And he walks over to the other one, roots around very carefully now, pulls it around without touching the idol, rips off the leather strap, chucks it overboard, and we'll keep these to investigate. And he points to the corpses. Going forward. I need everyone to make a perception check for me.
14.
Oh, it was almost good. 8.
21.
14.
21. As you're all sailing kind of towards the north, and he says, he's calling out as you're walking away, he says, we need to get back out to sea. I think the storm has passed. We have to get away from the shore. We have no idea where these reefs are. And he starts walking up towards the helm to take charge. Annulin, you notice, kind of as you're looking around, off towards the shore, you can kind of see as you come in, it's very dark, there is no moon. You're able to see just this just the form of the coast. But beyond that, you're able to kind of see a very, very faint flickering light.
Does it look like firelight?
I would say that would be obvious.
No. I'm going to. How far away does it look?
It looks. I mean, I would say it looks like a good, probably maybe like a mile out.
Can I tell if it's like a torch or like a bonfire? Like what kind of size?
I would say that it's either I would just say with that roll, it's either a large bonfire or there's a collection of smaller fires kind of making this glowing beacon at some point.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of tap everyone, but then tell the captain what I saw and see if he has one of those like periscope thingies.
As he's going up, he says, "Sure, take this," and he just hands it to you, his spyglass, and he starts going towards the helm and he starts turning the ship back out towards sea, towards the south.
Okay, I'll look through the spyglass and see
Okay,
if I can see anything in more detail.
make another perception check at advantage this time with the spyglass. 23. Okay. You are able to see a lot closer, and you see that this is a collection of smaller lights. You see each looks like all no bigger than a torchlight, all kind of moving around just slightly, as you are barely able to see that this thing is not on the shore, that there is a relatively small black landmass where all of these torchlights are coming from. And they seem to kind of span all across this small structure kind of that's rising out of the sea.
When you don't mean like actively rising, you just mean it.
No, that is basically poking out of the sea. It's not like being consumed by water.
Okay, I'm gonna pass the spyglass to Avantris and say, do you see that out there? What do you think that is?
Was I able to see anything before? Do I look through the spyglass and have to make any kind of roll or something?
I'll just say that you see the same thing as Annulin. I'll just say that that's
Okay.
a fair assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm what you're seeing, but I'm not sure I have any idea what it is. I mean, is there any way for me to like roll and like try to gather more information?
Make a perception check, and see what you get.
God. I got a 9.
A 9. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for you to tell. You see kind of these dots of flickering light, just torch shapes, but anything beyond that, you're too far. And then now that Captain Isaacs has kind of veered the ship away, heading kind of past it, further out into sea.
We should definitely tell the others, but no, I don't have any more information. It's impossible to tell.
Would I be right there?
Yeah.
Wait, so what do you see? What's out there?
It's like a collection of torches or something. It's like an island or something coming out of the water.
Is the captain? He's up on the helm.
He's up at the helm, yeah.
We should tell the
We
captain.
definitely. I agree. I mean, I'm not familiar with the area, and maybe he is. He might know whether that's a common occurrence or if that landmass is always there or what the deal is.
Is it like the middle of the night?
Yeah. It's probably like 3 or 4. I would say that as you meet with the captain, you go up to the captain, you tell him what you saw, and he says, "I've never seen anything like that, but there's no way we can get closer. We normally avoid off the coast of Gauntmouth. The reefs here are absolutely treacherous. They've scuttled and beached many a ship."
All right. Well, if you think it's unrelated, or perhaps, I mean, is it weird that in the middle of the night there are torches on some kind of structure out in the middle of the ocean? That's not a boat.
It seems incredibly suspicious, and the coincidence and the timing of us getting attacked by demon-worshipping fish creatures, but we can't bring the patients in any closer, and who knows what else they might have. I don't know what you want to do. I mean, I'm at your command, as commanded by my admiral, but I don't know what the game or the goal would be.
It just seems very suspicious. And the only... Never mind. I defer to your judgment, gang. Is that all right? I mean, I think that if you suggest we sail onward, we just...
Listen, I hate to leave people behind, and I hate to leave potentially people in danger, but I think we need to get to Agwe as quickly as possible, and again, and without incident. I don't know what we can do in this situation, and that's it.
So the only thing is that Amiri is behind us. Hopefully she wouldn't come this far in the sea.
Well, I mean, didn't we just because of the storm?
Was there anything weird about the storm? Like, could we tell if it looked natural or if it looked like it?
Make a nature check.
That was really bad. It's an 8.
An 8. It did seem natural, for sure.
So are you
I didn't
concerned?
think about that. I mean, we can't. I don't know.
Well, she's
I was
not
ready
going to
to
do
say
anything.
screw it, but
She's not going to do anything to throw herself into danger. She's not the hero type. She's not just going to wantonly throw her life away. You all know that.
yeah. But if these people are or whatever they are the ones creating what just attacked us. It's like it's just gonna re-up and be ready for her when she passes by. She's not gonna be suspecting it.
I mean, I can send Lumi to warn her.
I think that's a great idea.
That is a great idea.
And then she'll at least be on her guard, and then hopefully she won't even have to deal with it.
And you do that. Hopefully Lumi can find it fine. I hate to send her out in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, she's okay. She can fly and she's invisible, so.
Do you think it's worth you just taking your broom just high up and taking a closer look?
I mean,
the
I
torches?
could.
Where's that
I
crab,
mean,
by
if
the
they
way?
I threw it over the ship. I mean, if they have harpoons, though, and they see me before I see them, they could harpoon me and pull me into them, and then I'm dead.
Well, you just stay very high. Just closer than a mile. I mean, I think that... my concern is that they're trying to lure...
Do we still have the goggles of night, or did Ganji take those with him?
I believe the agent is with him.
He did.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have done anything for you because you
Yeah,
have...
it does. It doubles your dark vision.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
So that's why I was asking, because they're not attunement, so I could have put them on.
Well, there's
for the sake
torchlight.
of-
So it should be lit up once you get there. You could at least see...
Yeah, I'll fly out and see if I can get close enough.
Okay.
Just be careful, don't
to
get
just
too
kind of
close. And
see anything.
I'm just worried that they're trying to lure any kind of ship, including Amelia's in.
I'm going to cast invisibility on myself before
Okay.
I do it.
Okay. You cast invisibility on yourself. I need you to make a stealth check at disadvantages for this whole affair.
At disadvantage?
At advantage.
Oh.
That's an advantage? Apologies.
17 and 18, not bad.
Yeah, and you said stealth?
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be 21.
21. Okay. So, Captain Isaacs calls out and says, calls out to the crew and says, light some lanterns so she has a beacon back home. And so the crew starts lighting lanterns to make sure that you are able to find the ship.
Well, I'm also gonna have Lumi stay here,
Okay.
just so she can
And then she'll head
help
out and
guide me
find
back,
an area.
and then I'll
Got
help
it.
her head out.
Got it. Okay. So they start to light the lanterns, and you're completely invisible. The broom vanishes. Sylvie, you take off. None of you hear this. You fly closer and closer and closer. The flickering light on the reef becomes flickering lights on the reef. As you get closer and closer, I need you to make just a general perception check. At advantage because you got a bird's eye view.
11.
11? Okay. So you have to get a little bit closer than you'd like. But then as you start to get closer, you're invisible, and you start to see that rising out of the sea, that it has risen out of the sea, or just the tide is low. There is a black reef. And you see that there are a number of figures on this. You see several becomes dozens of shapes. Seem to be mostly humanoid, every single one holding a separate torch. And you see that kind of on the outskirts there are larger forms. And at the very center is an even larger form than that. And you see a structure at the center of this black reef. You come closer and closer, and you're finally able to make out what is on this. You see what looks to be hooded humanoids, each holding the torch. On all of the sides, you see the same creatures that you had fought, these Marrow that Captain Isaacs had told you about. They are holding their harpoons, and for some reason each of them has a long, kind of sharp blade. And at the center of this, besides a massive stone idol, you can now get close enough and recognize that it's just a huge version of the small idol that Captain Isaacs had showed you. The massive effigy of Demogorgon. And besides that is a creature that you've never seen before. It seems serpentine in nature, but it looks vaguely aquatic. It's got this kind of long, narrow, almost like an Archaeopteryx style beak, if you know what that looks like. Kind of these strange feather-like fins coming out of its back. It's kind of perched up on the slithered tail, similar to how the Marrow were. And at each has these long arms, and at each one is a sickle-like hook, or sickle-like blade, kind of a bony protrusion. And it is looking around, and you see that there are a number of individuals that are standing without torches at the center of this. Right by the idol. And you can kind of make this all out, and you kind of stop to you're finally able to tell what it is. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go back to the ship.
Okay. As you turn to go back to the ship, you start to see one last time that one of the hooded figures that does not have a torch walks up and places their hand on this idol. And I'll say that basically you head back. And you arrive at the ship, safe and sound.
Oh, well, still invisible, so if anyone was wondering where it's at, I'm here, I'm just invisible. It's just a rock full of seagulls, just some fiery red seagulls. And some seagulls as well, but mostly just seagulls. That's really it. No, I'm kidding! It was a disgusting abomination of... Vandris, come here. I'm over by the edge of the ship. Cultists, Vandris! Cultists! You know what this means!
It's time to steal it out of the sky and start slaughtering them wholesale, is what you're telling me.
So, yes, cultists, Vandris. I mean it. And one of them...
So I explained the whole thing.
Yeah.
One of them touched it. He touched it, and then nothing happened. But I think that nothing happened up on the surface. I think something happened in the water, because they're water cultists. You've done cave cultists, land cultists, goat cultists. It's time for water cultists, Vandris.
Oh boy. Well, so just so I understand,
Yes.
the individual who touched this idol, were they human or
Humanoid.
humanoid? Okay,
Yes.
so it looked like a mix of peoples. It wasn't just humans.
What I've
and it
been able
wasn't
to tell, if
just
it was like
fish
it just
They were
seemed
all
humanoid.
hooded. They were all hooded.
He was
Okay,
hooded.
so it was impossible to know.
Yeah.
So wait, what happened when he touched the idol?
Nothing. He just
Oh,
touched it with purpose. And I felt in my soul that that was an important thing for me to tell you.
Is that true? Did you see anything start to happen?
I would say, it depends on how long that you stayed.
I mean, I would have stayed for, like, seeing him do something. I would have stayed and watched to see if anything happened.
Okay. So let's rewind a lot of that. So
Except for the cultist Vandris.
yeah,
all
that's
that.
fine. That's fine. Then Sylvie chooses to. She buried the lead here. I'll say that she buried the lead.
They're just seagulls.
He touches the idol, and before that, you start to see that something in the hood starts to kind of rattle around, and as it's kind of ruffling, you would have seen the hood kind of fly back as something is sprouting. You see a young human male, looks to be about no older than 16. This is not appropriate
I was
at
like,
all.
it's so calming.
And something sprouted out of its neck, and it started to grow, this kind of mass of flesh, and forms a head, a second head out of its neck. It looks to be almost identical to the head of the 16-year-old young male, and he's holding on, and then except the head had these wild eyes of madness and these glaring malicious malevolence in its eyes. and it's kind of shaking around, it's gyrating, you can kind of see it's frothing, and it's trying to lean over and kind of bite almost at this original head. And as soon as that happens, he steps away, puts his hand down, he steps away. And you see that there's a line behind him of hooded figures doing the same. He walks up to that same horrible looking creature with the sickle hands, and he steps before it, his hood down, both heads, and you see the sickle raise, and one motion, the original head is lopped off and tumbles into the sea, leaving a kind of tilted, lilted, like vicious-looking head left, and it returns back. He's handed a torch, puts his hood up, and joins the rest.
So I keep it exactly where it was at before, saying none of this.
Yeah, so like they touched it with purpose. Sea cultists!
You're not gonna tell us? Okay, well then hold on, time out. So then I'm going to just say, well, that sounds, cultists are bad. Until we get more information on them though, listen, I know that I used to have a thing for killing cultists.
Yeah, Avantris cult killer.
Yeah, well, who knows what they're doing? Are they actually cultists? You know, who knows?
They
Maybe
were
they're just
wearing...
worshiping their own religion and we leave them be. I'm a hero now. I don't just
They
kill
were wearing cultist garb.
Well, who am I to say who's good and who's evil?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
Did it seem at all familiar to the cultists you've been dealing in the past with the creature, the eel creature with the 3 eyes?
No, because I don't think... No, because 4 eyes is different than 3 eyes, obviously.
Duh.
Right. Alright, well... So...
You know, and when they have 4 eyes, they obviously don't have 3 eyes.
Alright, well, gang, I'd like to gather you away. I basically motion for everybody to come away from anybody.
Okay.
Why?
Before you say anything, you were about to mention something to the captain, and you said never mind. Okay.
You see Captain Ice at the helm, steering away. The flickering light on that black reef, the torch light, is kind of twinkling out as you're sailing away from it.
Alright. First, can you send Lumi off to Warner Media?
Yeah, okay. Let me go away, please. Love you, bye.
She gives you a nod and flies off.
Now, here's the thing. The only time the word Gauntsmith has come up in our journey before this night was when Genji overheard that those 2 chromatic dragonborn were doing business with Alphonse in Gauntsmith.
So you think that this again has some sort of tie to our man Alphonse?
I don't know. It could. It could.
Well, I think there's a difference between, like, slicey snake people, 2-headed lollipop heads, and Draculas. You know what I mean?
Wait.
What?
Did you just say slicey 2-headed Draculas? Lollipop heads?
Yeah, I understood even less than I normally do when you speak.
No, I said slicey serpent people.
What's that?
Well, I told you about the guy who had the little, he was like a serpent, he had like slicey arms.
Right. But what about the lollipop
The
heads?
lollipop heads. So like I said, they touched it, right? And I felt that ominous thing, but that might be related to the fact that they sprouted like a lollipop. I can't keep this up when you
What?
Can you stop laughing when I'm RPing? Yeah, so they sprouted like a lollipop head. It was like not like a suck-on lollipop, but like a lollipop, like where it was kind of lollygagging around. And it was like a dangle head.
A second head.
Yeah, and then they were all in a line, I thought we talked about this. Whatever. It's not really important.
No,
Just-
you said nothing happened. Is this your definition of nothing?
Well, it was gross. Why do I want to talk about stuff
In
like
my
this?
mind, all of these people are probably no longer people, and
No,
need to be
they're
eliminated
not.
immediately.
Because, let me tell you about the lollipop heads. So the head comes in, it's like, lollipop head. And then the slicey guy sliced off the original head, and then they were just left with a lollipop head.
This has to stop immediately. This isn't good. This is the exact definition of evil.
Isn't that what I said? Avantris, cultists. I didn't think that I needed to describe everything to you.
This is bad.
I changed my mind. We need to figure out what's going on. This is clearly evil.
No, it was
I'm gonna
very
yell for the
evil.
captain to hold the ship.
He's standing there. What are you gonna say to him?
Hold ye ship? I don't know. I don't know if it's nautical service. First off.
He turns to you and he says, whatever those things are, we do not have the power to fight them off right now. 2, 4, 6, 8, I don't know how many of my men, 8 of my men are dead. Or who knows what's happening. And we can't get anywhere close without wrecking this entire craft on this ship, on those reefs.
What do you suggest we do then?
You just want to let lollipop heads completely overrun the world?
What?
I can't keep a straight face with this.
Well, so
Just look at it.
we didn't tell him anything that we saw, right?
No, we had walked away. So I
Would
literally
you like
just
to
come back.
inform him?
Yeah, but I'm just gonna, for sake of brevity, inform him.
You inform him, and he says, "How many
How many
individuals and
lollipop
creatures?"
heads? There were dozens upon dozens. They filled the entire black coral reef. Black reef.
Do you have some horrible explosive magic that can take that all off with the? That creature that you describe, I don't even know what that is.
No.
I've been at sea for 35 years.
I did not align myself with fiends, so I am incapable of fireball. In case that's what you were implying. I also don't know if lollipop heads are susceptible to fire.
I think you're right. And if you... I certainly think that if they're in cahoots with these metal
Oh, that's a
folk...
good word. I'm writing that down in my book of vocabulary.
All right, you have lots of books.
You pull out your second tome. It looks exactly like Grudges. It's you made a copy of Grudges, and Grudges is scribbled out.
It's scribbled out, and
it's
it
in
just says vocabulary. Spelled wrong. With a K instead of a C.
I certainly don't want to risk any other death. I was just wondering if you know anything about Gunsmith at all, and why this would be right off the coast. Certainly the people of the town could see it from there.
Well, I think the people of the town are currently on that black reef getting their heads chopped off so they can have them replaced with lollipop heads.
Gaunsmith is a remote town.
For what it's worth, he was a 16-year-old boy-ish, so they're taking him young. It's very sad.
That is tragic.
Yeah.
But all I know of Gaunsmith, it is known for its exports of fish. It seems to be a very, very rife with fish, and their catches are unlike, like even more so than off the coast of Agwe. But few go. The outside by land is plagued by quagmires and marshes, and the reefs are so treacherous that only those that have been there for years are able to navigate without wrecking their ship. The people are they very much keep to themselves, except for the very rare, the occasions where they ship in their products and bring in all of the gold that they bring back, and they keep to themselves. They never stay in port for wherever they go very long, that's all I know.
Well, I agree. I think that we're clearly outmatched.
I know that they are very religious too, Puritan types.
Perhaps on our way back from Agwe, we could consider stopping by.
Yeah, you know, at that point the entire city will be lollipop heads and maybe the entire continent, so that's a great idea.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I immediately bring everybody down. The town with fish. This has to be connected to Alphonse somehow.
Yeah, because we all know Alphonse loves fish.
I'm just very concerned about any group of people who's lining up to grow a second head and chop off their original head. I don't like this, and I want to eliminate all of them.
Well, my concern is the fact that the captain of the ship is not bothered enough by this.
Well, I think he's
Should
clearly...
we kill him too?
No! Stop.
No.
Stop.
He didn't even
Sounds like
wake up for the
50-50
fight.
on this. Maybe we flip a coin. I can finish him off
I
right
mean,
here.
look at Linda. Look at Rodek. Look at. Okay, look at Rodek. All of the guys that died and were pulled into the water, they woke up when this happened, but the captain didn't wake up when this happened? That seems a little strange.
He
Don't you
was...
think?
You get the sense that all the people up there were the ones that were already on board.
Right.
I
there were a
don't
bunch
get
of people-
that sense at all. I get the sense. I pull out my book of grudges and I write "Stupid Captain didn't wake up for the fight. Doesn't want to save civilians."
I think as long as Amiri is fine, and I agree, I totally agree. I just worry that we have no idea what we're walking into. We know that at least in Ogway, Alphonse isn't the only major player there. And
When has that ever stopped us before?
so do you want to take
You
a
can't
rowboat?
just become a hero and then rest on your laurels.
Well, we're not. We didn't sign up for anything. We just happened to do good things, as far as I'm concerned.
Alright,
Well, don't you think we should continue to do good things?
Right.
Because that got us pretty far. We're on a motherfucking boat. We have a mansion.
I have
Maybe
a
we'll get
song
another
about
boat.
this boat. Let me tell you.
Maybe Sylvia will get a pony out of it. We don't know. Sylvia,
Wait
you
a
really
minute.
pass up a pony?
We had a Fey pact that when we got back to Gullhaven, I was getting a pony, or I got to cut off Vandris's arm.
I never agreed to that. That's not happening. Let's all pump the brakes for just a minute.
You
Do we
Fey
know how
pacted
far
me.
away?
You'll still get your pony.
No. That was not the term. Thank you for reminding me, Annulin. You owe me, or you die. That was the
I will
deal.
get you a
I either
pony.
get his arm, or you die.
No, you'll get a
I'm
pony.
never getting my own arm, so that's not
Well,
happening. I'm just letting
guys,
you know.
we have to start off this mission by killing Rodek.
No, you're not killing me.
Better than me losing my arm.
You're not,
Listen.
you'll get your pony. All right.
That
Can
Do
we
we have
wasn't
any
the pact.
idea how far this island is from Ogway?
No.
You,
Hey, Captain, how far is this island from Ogway?
we have days travel left.
Guys, we have days
At
travel
least
left.
3 or 4 days.
We won't be coming back. It's not gonna happen. And then the next thing you know, we're all gonna wake up with multiple heads.
Yeah. What if you wake up in the morning and Vandris has a lollipop head?
I would be in deep trouble because I wouldn't stand for that.
Imagine the tailor's fees to fix all your clothes for a second neck hole. That's gonna be horrible.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's
imagine
four people.
all of the tailor's fees to make your clothes fit a dead body because I didn't get my fucking pony.
So time out. Again, Rodek, what do you actually think that we'll come back this way and then just clean up whatever loose ends happen, or we're just gonna leave this second head sprouting cult to chance?
So the thing is, think about this. If there's a whole cult without these, or I guess there were a few Marrow, but what are we going to do? We're going to get on your little folding rowboat, we're going to get in, we're going to be completely, horribly attacked and killed by probably dozens or hundreds of those fish people.
Well,
Better hundreds now than thousands later.
at this point, it's already been like half an hour. Give me another half an hour and we can all fly over there.
N-
So we don't even need the rowboat.
I think if we
Look,
could...
problem solved. And the great thing is there are only going to be 3 of us going because you're going to be dead.
My plan is if we were going to investigate, we would approach on land during day, and ask around, because I can't imagine that you would just walk up and there would just be evil
well,
cultists.
let's just park the ship on a beach and then we'll go during the day tomorrow.
But we know that there are horrible fish
Look,
creatures
I'm
around.
gonna get someone give me your Rocky Talkie. I'm gonna go to parking Polar Bear, and I'm gonna find a spot for the ship on that particular beach. I'll make sure it's not gonna cost us an arm and a leg, or maybe an arm.
No arms. No.
And then we'll go check it out tomorrow.
So what are the here's my I'm trying to see your point here, Rodek. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Do you honestly think that if we let this rest for a week or two, and we talk to Alphonse, we get to the bottom of Alphonse, that suddenly magically those fish cultist people are going to be taken care of and vanish?
No, but my point is, we have no idea. This might have been going on for the last 10 years. We have no idea what's going on in that town. We know nothing about it. For all we know, the entire town is horribly evil. There are hundreds or thousands of evil fish people that they keep to themselves, and perhaps they ambush fishermen occasionally, or they try to ambush ships, like they did with us, perhaps.
If they were just worshipping some random gods, and doing their thing on an island, I would say you're probably right. The whole second head thing, eliminating the first head, really concerns me.
I told you, lollipop heads. It's an epidemic.
And what if we park the boat, tons of fish people, like without us, this ship is completely indefensible from horrible fish monsters.
Fucking Andy keeps getting me.
This crew is our responsibility. 1, 2, 3, at least like 8 of them have died already because of where we're going. Because of our journey.
But at least they had their original heads when they died.
No, they're dead.
Okay, then I'm gonna sew on a fecal
And it's
head
our
to
responsibility.
you right before I kill you. And then you'll see what it's like to die with a lollipop head.
I hate to say at least once a week that we're clearly outmatched. But I think we're clearly outmatched in this case.
Then why send me out there if you didn't want to do something about it?
I sent you out there to learn that we're clearly outmatched. That's exactly why I sent you out there. If you want to do it, I say we go to Agwe and then we'll leave. I don't want this boat or any of these people around when we go back to this place. I'm not going to be responsible for it.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just concerned that that's extreme, and 5 days, and then returning 5 days at the fastest is just not going to happen. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
We don't have any sense that this is a dire emergency. We know that it's bad. There are probably lots of cultists in the world right now worshipping demons. Holy
Oh
shit,
my god,
Eric.
Eric!
Oh my
Thank
god.
you so much!
Oh, wow.
Holy
Jesus,
crap,
thank
Eric,
you.
you're amazing. We love you
Oh
so
my
much.
God.
Is
Ooh,
this to
thank
get
you.
us to stop arguing?
Is this like, shut up, please?
Is this, you can have that if you convince the dumb dwarf to go kill people?
Well, thank
I
you.
love
That's beyond
You're
generous.
amazing. That is just so kind.
Wowie
So,
zowie.
so kind. Thank you.
Well. Alright, so, okay, let's ignore what I've said. What would our plan be?
And this is the only reason I'm even remotely entertaining what you say, is because if we go in there like gangbusters, and we start slaughtering cultists wholesale, and they are connected to Alphonse in any way, then we might as well just declare war on Alphonse, all of Gullhaven and all of Agwe. So that's the only reason I'm even remotely entertaining what you're suggesting, Ronan.
So this is something that we could do. Oh no. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Any other plans?
So I'm talking, dwarf. You are pushing my buttons. If I had polymorph, you'd be a
You'll get a
pumpkin
pony.
or something
You'll
right
get
now.
a pony. Just...
Anyway, my thought is this, right? So we said that we were going to Agwe because of my family, because we didn't want Alphonse to know we were tracking him. But we want to see Alphonse. So the greatest thing that we could do is, once Lumi comes back, I could send Lumi to Alphonse with a message from Sylvie. I'll like write up a really pretty scroll or something and like make it all Fae-esque and like spritz some of my perfume on it so it really gets some of his attention. And then it'll specifically say, hey, we were traveling this way and our boat was ambushed by this town and there were all these cultists. We know you're super, super powerful. Luckily we got out alive, but we might need your help. Oh my gosh, please help me, damsel in distress. And then maybe while we're there, we can question him from the guise of people who were attacked and get information because he doesn't know what we know.
You read my mind.
No, I didn't. That came from my mind. But thank you for trying to take credit where it wasn't.
No. I'm just saying I agree with your a brilliant plan. I think that's wonderful.
Yes, I think it was
Wow,
brilliant
this is
too.
rare.
So that sounds like
Maybe we should just do it.
we could learn more information in odd way, perhaps from Alphonse himself or other people.
Are we on like the precipice of any weird moon cycles or anything like that?
Well, I'm on my period, if that's what you mean.
What?
I knew that would get Andy.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen,
ladies and gentlemen,
this
it's
has
been a
Most
good
of
year.
Avantris.
It's been a
Happy
good year.
Labor Day. And with that, we'll call a session.
No.
No, just kidding.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, Annulin, with all of your nature wisdom, I mean, do you know, or is there any kind of, like, the waning or the wax? I don't know any of that.
Yeah, can I check the moon? What I know about
Yeah,
that?
do a nature check. And a religion check.
Ooh.
Nature is 25. Religion is 6.
I would say that you would know that that at the very least, the religious aspect you don't know, but you do know that this is probably the first new moon of the winter.
If I actually knew anything about moons, would that mean something to me?
That's where maybe a religion, you do know that a lot of different gods and deities and creatures and things have different feast days and holidays and rituals based on cycles of the moon, and I would say loosely you know that like it all varies depending on the entity. So you just know that
a new moon is like when it's going to full.
So the new moon is when you can't see the moon in the sky. It is
Okay.
you can
And
see
then
it, I
it
guess, but it's a
starts
black
to get
disc.
bigger.
It's not the big full moon. And so yeah, it wanes and then it waxes. It goes from new moon, and then it waxes
To full.
to half moon, and then full moon. I play Balance Shoot in World of Warcraft. That's how I know this. So that is what you know.
When's like the winter solstice? How far away are we from that?
You know that you are.
I expect you to have had a calendar prepared.
I would say that you would know that the winter solstice is. I don't even know. It would be approaching.
Like in a month or like?
Shit. I don't know. I mean, probably like a couple weeks.
Alright. So I'll just kind of relay what the current cycle of the moon is, and say, guys, like, I feel like, one, stuff normally happens on full moon, as we've learned, and things also tend to happen on like a I don't know, harvest or like a solstice or something. So we have some time, but I still don't love the idea of just letting this go.
Yeah, and you would know that the moon cycles and all of that don't work exactly like Earth and Avantris, so it's not like the same pattern as well. Just for that context.
Well, I mean, that's the best I got, is just using it as an excuse to get an audience with LeBlanc and trying to get more information. I think that we should just go in there guns a-blazing and cultists kill it up, but You know, that's just me. So,
And we find us going to Agwe, and we'll investigate.
Yeah, I think so. I think if Annulin's onto something here, then that buys us extra time, but I agree that we really shouldn't put this off for more than a month.
Alright, well hopefully we're not in Agwe too long.
yeah, like I can even say something like, because he knows I'm a magic user, I could say one of them dragged me away and took me to the rock, and that's how I knew about it. And I was able to get away with my quick Fey magic and play up the Fey thing. And that's why none of you saw it. None of you know about the lollipop heads quite the way I know about the lollipop heads.
Or you just investigate. Either way, I think it's fine. Either way, we can approach it. We can plan how we want to approach it once we gain an audience with them. But
Okay.
as long as we're fine, let's let the captain know that we can continue onward and continue
Well,
our
I
journey.
don't think we need to let him know. He's continuing onward even though we told him to stop. So I think we're on our way to Agwe.
Alright, I will go confirm with him.
Okay, I'm gonna go to bed.
I go up and I'll let him know
My
that we're
nerves
fine.
are frazzled from talking
Let's
to a
keep going
dwarf.
on. Feel free to stay out in the ocean, and we're happy to take a few extra days if we need to go around in these storms or anything like that.
A wise decision. Thank you.
Before we all like separate here, though, I think that we need to keep. I mean, we need to have one of us up on deck to keep watch in case something else like this happens, because clearly these guys are underprepared to handle things.
I agree.
I vote Rodak, and I'm going to bed.
I'll take
Good
first
night.
watch. That's alright.
I'll get up early and
Okay.
stay on.
And the
Well,
elves.
I mean, would it have already? There's a good chance that we got 4 hours of meditation in.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I would say yeah. You probably got 4 hours of meditation, so you guys can stay up through the night. Yeah, sure.
If Rodek wants to take first watch, I'll be up for the rest of the day, and then when he's done, we can be working in twos, and Annulin will probably be up as well. And Rodek, when you want to retire.
Alright. Sounds good.
Okay, well, good night then, friends. I hope that in the morning none of you have lollipop heads, except for maybe Rhoda.
Good
Okay.
night, Sylvie.
Okay. So with that, that's your watch rotation, and so the night passes. You see that the bodies of the slain that have remained on ship have been cleaned up, and they're kind of put aside. They've been wrapped in a thick linen and bound with twine, and they're taken down below into the hold. And there's a somberness, and you have some of the more kind of civilian crew. They're still seagulls, but they're not really as trained. They're kind of more like the privates or recruits or whatever. They're trying to scrub up the blood the best that they can. The marrow corpses have also been kind of cleaned and dragged and set aside. You can tell that the ship doctor is kind of looking and inspecting that. And as soon as Captain Isaacs kind of finishes steering away, Gauntsmith and all of that is well behind you, he kind of stumbles off, and he looks like very tired and weary, and he goes back to his quarters and goes to sleep. And the morning comes, and no horrible attacks or death, and no one has a lollipop head.
Nobody has a lollipop head.
So, anything else you want to do on your voyage to Agwe?
I would be kind of fully armed with armor every day.
Okay.
Now that you have your ring.
Now that I have my ring.
You're
Is it
welcome.
attunement? Or no,
No.
it's not attunement.
Okay.
I checked.
So you are continuing your watch and keeping high alert, and as soon for whatever reason, you really don't see much. You see the occasional ship. The wind works with you sometimes and works against you the other times. You start to kind of get close as the warmth, the air becomes warmer and warmer, and it starts to kind of feel that same refreshing warmth that you kind of first experienced when you were partying, except the more south you get, and kind of whenever you get occasionally close to the coast, you kind of there's a little bit more humidity. As you sail, Captain Isaacs tells you it'll probably take when all is said and done, about 6.5 days to get there. given that storm and going around that and kind of the sticky business, and they sacrifice some speed with kind of to kind of be more on high alert and the like. And you continue to make your way down along the coast, sailing. Sylvie, you see some fun-looking animals. You see an albatross. I don't know if birds factor into your equation, and the pelican. Seagulls, pelican. Seagulls. You start to kind of see more pelicans as you get further south, and you get probably on the 6th day. You start to pull more into shore, and you can kind of start to see the shore as the ship kind of hugs the coast closer, and you finally kind of see this coast of mixture of kind of open, flat plains, and then you can kind of see rising up the immense, massive Liparola swamp. Sylvie, your home, and as you get closer, you kind of start to hear the land hoe, and you start to see this massive delta as the river, kind of the main river that runs through all of Carquinos, splits into all of this massive estuary with all of these different outflows of the river, and the crew is starting to take down the sails a bit. There is one kind of massive river, the main channel, where the ship turns in, and you start to sail up the river. As a lot of the sails are taken down to have more control, and the ship slowly makes its way. As you go through, you're starting to see finally, you've occasionally seen a ship here and there on the ocean, but you're starting to finally see kind of the hustle and bustle. There's a lot of different fishing vessels out as you kind of get towards this estuary. And then on the river, there are tons of fishing vessels. There's barges coming in and out. You're getting a chance to get a glimpse of a lot of these different crews, and they are of all sorts of different races. You remember Goldhaven is predominantly human, and you would not be able to tell any kind of species or race that is predominant in this area. And you can kind of start to see that these beautiful wide swaths of farmland, and these beautiful trees of magnolia and peaches and orchards kind of going off towards the east. But then kind of towards the north and the east of you, the thick bayou is very much a presence. And as you go further north, you start to kind of get further and further into this bayou as it starts to kind of choke this river. And as you turn the corner, you can see that farmlands and the occasional little fishing village, very, very small. But as you kind of turn the bend in one of these, you hear a loud cry, and it says, "It's Agua!" And you see a huge port, and you see just kind of built into the bayou, and also kind of going off into farmland. You see kind of a city come into view, and really as soon as you get close, the smell of rich spices and cooking and all these strange exotic smells you haven't heard, and then you hear kind of as you get close just the sound of music kind of hanging on the winds. Where are we? So you hear the sound of brass music just kind of drifting on the wind occasionally as it catches you, and you make your way into this river that seems to be built basically on either side. You can see kind of far up ahead a large drawbridge that seems to go through the city, but there's a large port that is basically on the cleft of one of these bends. and they're just docks, and all sorts of ships are coming in and out. And as the sails are dropping and the ship is being guided into a very large slip, the crew is kind of excited. They're cheering. They've survived their trip. They haven't been pulled off by demon worshipping fish monsters, and they've made it to their destination. The ship pulls into the slip. The anchor drops, and all of the pegs are tied off. There are some dock hands on the ship that are kind of tossing ropes up, and the gangplanks drop, and it kind of takes a while to kind of finally get officially settled. But you have arrived at Agwe. You've docked at Agwe, and your ship is secure. You are free to leave. You kind of look, and you're in kind of the large port that seems to be just filled with all sorts of ships from all over the world. And you look at this throng of people as you see kind of leaving the port, this beautifully paved road going all the way up along the river with gardens and statues and this architecture of brightly colored buildings with balconies and railings and kind of all pushed together like a row of townhomes and just kind of all of these different shops and restaurants, really just every other building. And you can kind of see that there's some residential alleys kind of headed down, but like this area that you're in seems to be very much like a touristy area. You see well-dressed and not so well-dressed people of all races, humans of every shape and size and complexion, and every single kind of race you can think of. Even you can kind of see the occasional like race that you would normally like not be allowed in many cities. Like you see a hobgoblin kind of walking around, and very, very, very different vibe from Goldhaven. So, what are we gonna do?
Has Lumi come back? I'm assuming she's come back.
Oh, she's come back and said, Miria says thanks, and we'll avoid all the fish monsters. She then also gave an update that she's
I would have also, when she got back, I would have sent her then written up a long scroll with basically the things we talked about, detailing our attack on the seas, and that I was coming to visit my family, and he's the only person I know that, might be able to help, but I'm afraid for our trip back. And if he has any ideas what we could do about the terrible experience we had on the waters, and like play up the whole like damsel in distress kind of thing, and send that off to Alphonse.
Okay. You do that, and
I'm delivering it via Lumi for added flair.
She flies off with your letter.
And I instruct her to actually talk to him.
Okay.
She's not happy about it.
Okay. Got it.
I'll approach Captain Isaacs. Captain?
Rhoda.
Thank you very much for getting us here in one piece, most of us, and very sorry about your crewmen that you lost.
So am I.
But
it happens. It is a known danger. Every seagull understands the dangers of these seas, and we'll bring the body and their possessions back to their families, and we'll be here as long as you need.
So you'll stay. That was my next question. You'll stay here as long as we're here.
As long as you, until you tell us to leave.
Do you have a place to stay?
Well, see, that was going to be my question. Would it be unusual for us to just stay on the boat every night, or should we actually find lodging within Agwe?
You're welcome to stay here. I can promise you the accommodations won't be as comfortable as you may prefer, given that you've been on a ship for a week. But
I agree, and I think that will you all be staying on the boat?
We will be staying on the ship. I may give my crew some shore leave and let them stay at night in an inn and the like, just after everything that happened.
Yeah, please do.
I think we would be fine with that.
And if you would like us to get you rooms, we'd be happy to as well.
No, we can. We are paid well, and it all comes out of Amalia's coffers. It comes out from the Sea Eagle's coffers.
All right. Well, take care of yourself, and
we will.
Do you happen to have any suggestions as far as inns go in the area?
I would stay in the Magnolia Promenade. The other parts of the city have their different charms and culture, but the comfort and luxury in life is here in the Magnolia Promenade. It's my favorite district.
Magnolia
Crossroads is the popular inn, popular hotel.
All right. Well, thank you. Are we? So is the port? Are we like in the Magnolia Promenade?
You're in the Magnolia Promenade.
Okay.
So basically, the port is like the very bottom of it.
Okay.
And you can kind of see across the river. You'd be able to see this, that as you're kind of you're standing on your ship, that across the river is a whole district that definitely doesn't seem as nice. A lot of these are kind of like huts and shacks, and kind of a lot of them are stilts. You see that the Bayou is very much a strong presence up to the left side, and you see that a lot of them are kind of built in, and a lot of the roads are kind of elevated on wooden planks and the like, and so it's a different kind of vibe.
Okay. So like you cross the street and you're in the slums kind of place, right?
Yeah, it may not be the slums. Like there's some charm. It's not completely run down. You see some areas that might look a little sketchy, but it's just not that same kind of like colorful, excited.
Like put together.
Yeah.
Well, I think the first thing we should do is find a place to sleep, because I think we're going to be here for a few days.
I agree.
Agreed.
Shall we? Take in the sights?
And then I think that obviously the riverboat is the big show here, the big attraction. But it might not hurt to at least poke around elsewhere and see what we can avoid and what trouble we might want to stay out of, and just get a lay of the land.
Okay.
Well, so this was also my thought. We should figure out who the local god is in the area, because if it's what's her face, the moon one, Seluna, the one that Hissy pledged herself to, taking a trip over to the temple or the church or whatever might not be a bad idea to see if we get a glimpse of her.
Is it unreasonable to assume that there are like non-denominational or multi-denominational churches and temples?
Make a religion check.
Better
He
roll
just
well.
might burst into flames if he steps into a church. And his role is proving it. I got a 7.
A 7? You have no idea.
Well, how about I pose that question to Sylvie instead, or someone who's more reverent than I am?
Which of us are reverend?
He
None of
left.
us are a bunch of heathens.
I
We
suppose
picked
I
that
have a
goal.
god, but just I acknowledge that he's the greatest god. I don't particularly worship him.
My god is an awesome god. She reigns in the Feywild, and well, that was just that was a shitty song. I need to work on my bardic abilities.
You're still new as a
I'm gonna
bard.
open
You'll
a book that says things to learn, also the same size as my book of grudges and my vocabulary, and write down work on bardic things.
As far as I know, and I honestly don't know about any gods beyond Moradin, and the general dwarven pantheon, even vaguely. But I certainly think that even if there are, even if it's not one temple, there may be like a religious district or multiple temples in the area.
I'm gonna just, is there people like passing by on the street?
Okay, you're gonna leave the ship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So
I thought we were-
you're
Yeah, I
walking.
thought we were already
you're
walking,
walking
sorry.
by.
Yeah, so we
You're
head out.
you're going through the harbor. What are you gonna do? Sorry. Yeah, there are people. There's all sorts of throngs of people of all sorts of races and creeds.
I'm just gonna tap someone on the shoulder and say, "Excuse me, could you point us to the Crossroads Inn, please?"
Oh, you ain't been to the Crossroads? No, you just follow the promenade. You make a right at the main crossover. You can't miss it.
Well, thank you.
Okay. And he says, "Have a good time," and he winks at you. And
Oh, Annulin, I think that he
I'm gonna
wants to
wink
get in
back
your
really
cahoochie.
exaggerated.
what was that, Annulin?
I just said I'm gonna wink back, but like really exaggerated. Like,
Okay. So as you're leaving, kind of as soon as you get into like the main swath of the promenade, there's this gorgeous, massive river beside you going up into the swamp, and there's this huge just stretch of this perfectly paved road. There are lamps every 10 feet or so. Gorgeous rails, all of the grass and all of the hedges are perfectly trimmed and maintained. and you see like a lot of shops, and then you manage to see kind of a little rickety cart with behind which is you hear kind of a voice say, "Hey, come on over here, new to Agwe," and you see a kind of rickety cart full of all these different strange baubles with different different item prices and all of these. Behind it, you see a creature that looks kind of like the Lockjaw Crooks that you've seen. He seems to be like overly well dressed, but like he's trying too hard, and he's standing behind it, and he's obviously lizard folk, and he's like waving you over. Come on over here, come see what a Dr. Etouffee has to show you.
I suppose.
Yeah, I want to see what you have to show me, Doctor.
If anybody tries to hand you anything, just don't take it.
I got also. Oh, okay, welcome. You are new to Agwe. You ever been to Agwe before?
Have I been to Agwe before?
I would say occasionally you would probably like make your way with your like parents or your pops or your brothers occasionally, but you would probably
It was
stick.
like a yearly family trip.
Yeah, you would probably stick in like the Crawdad quarter, and
Yeah.
probably wouldn't come this far.
Yeah, sure. I'm from Whippoorwalla Swamp.
Oh, well, welcome home. Where you coming from? You guys look like you're a ragtag bunch, but then again, all of us in Agwe are a ragtag bunch.
Great, what do you have to show us?
I got here. He pulls off this glass orb, and he says, "This is a orb of slope detection.
What's a slope?
It will detect any slope surface."
Oh, you know how you can do that on your own? If you get on your side and you try to roll, if there's a slope, you'll just roll down it.
This is very subtle detection.
Oh, no, I don't like subtlety.
I have, and he pulls out two different rings, and he says, "This is a ring of fire detection, and this is a ring of greater attunement.
Oh, great, what do those do?
This allows you to detect fire.
How?
Well, its range is touch."
Oh.
And he holds up the other.
So hold on. So you touch the fire, and does the ring get hot if it's fire?
Yeah, exactly, Fran. You know
Alright.
exactly what I'm talking
That
about.
sounds pretty useful.
He holds up in this. Any of y'all magic users?
Yeah, me.
So
I am.
this allows you to, you know how you can only attune to a number of
Yeah,
items?
3, and I'm maxed out.
Well, this allows you to attune to an extra, gives you an extra slot.
Oh my gosh! I need that one.
Oh, how
Let
much
me
is?
guess. The catch is that it itself is the magical item you attune to.
It does require attunement, yes.
What do you mean? That sounds perfect. That sounds exactly like what I want.
Here
right?
you go, Fran.
How much is
I
it?
do have to ask. I have to ask before.
That'll be 50 gold.
No, that's not going to be anything. We're not taking it. Thank you.
But-
How many of these things do you sell every day? How much money you making here? This
Oh no,
operation?
friends love Dr. Etouffee's wares. You see like this kind of like rickety banner, it's like painted with this like sloppily Dr. Etouffee, horribly spelled wrong. It's spelled phonetically.
So I can't have it?
Does it look like remotely Agwe-esque?
I mean, it's kind of like this bright kind of polished brassy ring.
Would you like it?
Yeah, because it would give me another attunement slot, and I'm already at 3.
Right, but it also requires attunement to use.
I don't know what you mean.
So
Here you go, 50 gold.
Don't take that. No, sir. Please just put that back where it came from.
And here's a wand of disintegration.
No, don't touch that either. We're just looking. We don't want to touch any of your wares.
Well,
Thank
how
you.
does it work?
Well, you gotta use it, and then the disintegration happens.
But does the person you use it against, i.e. a dwarf that owes you a pony, disintegrate, or does the wand disintegrate?
Yeah, either or, you know. Here you go.
I don't trust you anymore.
That'll be 25 gold.
What a trickster.
What else
Excuse
do you
me.
have?
I have this. This is a very popular item. It is a bottle of air.
Oh.
Well,
I think Forgus might like that one.
no.
Don't
Oh,
even begin to tell Forgus
I
about
have a
any of this.
great idea. This is a business prospect. Fill that jar with the ghost of Jimmy Buffett and sell it.
Oh, I think I have one of those in the back. Hold on, let me go to the back.
Guys, let's go! And I run.
He walks 2 steps and just ducks, and he comes out with a quart.
And Sylvie's gone.
I'm still there.
I got the ghost of Jimmy Buffett, right? I don't know. I mean, I know who that is.
Then could you enlighten us as to who that is? Because I don't know.
Oh, he's a very, his ghost is right here. 25 gold pieces.
Rodak, Annual, I think it's about time we mosey on into Ogway here.
Before we go, enough of these parlor tricks. Do you have anything like of the local area, like a souvenir?
I have a map of Ogway.
There you go. How much?
15 gold pieces.
No, maybe we take a look at the map first before it's just like an invisible map or some bullshit.
Can maybe see it before we purchase
He
it.
hands you
All it says is you are here.
He hands you a rolled scroll that seems to be an actual map of Ogway.
Worth it? 15 gold. It's not bad.
I wish we could show it to Sylvie first. Maybe she could tell us if it actually is accurate or not.
Hey, Sylvie!
You look, and Sylvie is at like an incline or a decline, and she's rolling down it.
Sylvie! We need you!
Also, for your magic user, anyone who can use magic, I do have a spell scroll of Summon Demon. His eyebrows waggle.
All of a sudden, Sylvie appears.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I have a spell scroll of Summon
How
Demon.
much?
That's 100 gold pieces.
We'll take that in the map.
Hold on. How does it work?
You get all the I don't know what this means. I can't use no magic. It says Summon Demon, and he shows it to you, and there's like this big swoopy, like cursive font in common.
We'll take it.
Does it look like a spell scroll?
I hand him 115 gold.
Okay. He hands you the spell scroll of Summon Demon, and he hands you a map.
You are just so you. Everything has to be questioned. Everything has to be challenged. Just leave me to my own devices, and now I have a demon.
115 gold.
Look at this. We got a Ogway here.
That's a
I've been
colorful
spelling
map.
that really badly.
What's that?
I've been spelling Ogway like all wrong.
Sorry.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, it's you don't need to spell it right. Spelling is optional.
I just want to say, out of character, that we've been playing Dungeons and Dragons for almost 3 years now. That is the single most clever comedy bit that we've encountered. That was gold. That was literal writing gold, and I just want to say how much I appreciated it.
Thank you. That's all Derek.
Yeah, that's Derek.
Even if it was lost, that was all Derek.
Yep.
Yep, Derek created all of those items.
As soon as you mentioned the sphere, I was done.
That's classic Derek.
Classic
That
Derek.
is so good. That's the greatest piece of comedy that we've encountered this whole time.
When he first told me about the Ring of Attunement, I died. But I couldn't play it off as if I knew what it was, so Sylvie would think that it worked.
Alright, so looking at this map, gang, everyone can see it, right? So we are, just real quick, we are where? So this is like the harbor here.
Yeah, that's where you are.
So we're here.
Long.
Little Yulong, Sunsteel Ward, Crawdad Quarter. Alright, so Sylvie, here's the map. What can you tell us about this? You've been here, right?
Yeah.
So I
I
suppose...
eated a lot of crawdaddies here.
So is that what you do in the Crawdad Quarter?
Well, that's what I did.
Do we know where the riverboat sits? I imagine it's in one of those waterways or in one of the big areas that has water in it, but I don't actually see it marked on the map.
So as you kind of turn the corner and leave the harbor, you leave Dr. Etouffet. Says, "Y'all come back now," and you see kind of past the large drawbridge, so that larger ships can get through. You see an absolutely enormous riverboat docked along the side of the Magnolia Promenade, there's a large number of basically dots. It seems almost to be like a permanent structure, as if this thing like rarely moves. And you're able to see it, but like it takes up a good portion of the river is huge, but this thing is still absolutely massive. And you can kind of see like it's far off, but I'll say it's probably
like right around there.
Is the spell? Sorry, what spell level is the spell scroll?
That would be a 5th level spell.
Okay, thank you.
Oh shit. You better not use that ever.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
Alright, so shall we...
And so what would I remember about this place so that I would be able to kind of give them a rundown?
So you know that like the hoity-toity tourist part is basically the Magnolia Promenade. That the bushwhackers keep to themselves like in the Crawdad Quarter. That's the portion of the town that they basically can control.
Which would make sense why that's where I was
Yeah.
familiar with.
And so you know that, and you know that like kind of beyond the you had very rarely gone beyond Magnolia Promenade to Little Yulong and Sunsteel Ward. You know that's where like there's a lot of more immigrants from Nekbet and Yulong, and you know you would probably be able to tell that the Jade Iris runs Little Yulong and the Sunsteel Ward is run by the Caravan, and then the so basically you know that like there's a lot of the original inhabitants of Agwe, or like the descendants of the original inhabitants, live in the Crawdad Quarter. Of like that's basically it may have been called Old Agwe at another before it got named like the Crawdad Quarter, and then like is there anything else you want to know? I don't know.
I was gonna say, would you be opposed to just, if you have a marker near you, putting an X on the map, roughly where the boat is?
Yeah, Richie, can you do that?
Only if you're okay with marking it up. I don't want you to like
Do you
put
wanna-
marks on it.
Or just like put a token or something.
Put a token. Good idea.
Yeah, don't mark it up if you don't want to mark it up.
So
I
it would
just
be
for our-
like here,
No,
right?
past the drawbridge.
Oh, so it's like here.
Yeah, okay.
And that's the riverboat, not our boat, right?
That's the river.
Correct.
Right, our boat is in a slip in the harbor here. So we basically just got off here.
Yeah.
And so is this like a road that goes up along the river?
Yeah, that's basically the Magnolia Promenade. It's
Okay.
basically, this whole district, which is all these like nice houses and the like, and there's all sorts of tours.
And there's a bunch of obviously alleyways and the like going off. But the main Magnolia Promenade is here. It's a lot more well paved. And then you get the sense that he said like turn a right, and the crossroads would be right here.
At the crossroads.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Alright, gang, why don't we just stroll and enjoy our time here, despite the horrible cult thing that you discovered a few days ago?
Yeah.
Let's try to
And
forget
now I
about
can
that.
summon a demon. But so I was thinking, this is my thought, right? We get our room, we summon a demon. Then
I don't want any part of that. I don't want to be involved with that.
And then what?
well, I was
We already have like one demon who cursed us, and I hear him every time I dig deep for that stupid power that I can't stop using.
Oh, the one that gave me my imp. Now I have an imp and
Yeah.
a demon.
We also need to tell Alphonse when we decided that we're probably ultimately going to fight him that thing's coming for him.
Yeah, we should, but probably not right now.
We'll wait, but eventually.
Yeah. So we get a room, we summon a demon. Then we go to the riverboat, we get dinner, we maybe gamble, we enjoy the night, and hopefully Alphonse will get back to us and say, oh, hey, Sylvie, you're not a halfling, but it's close, I guess. Come visit.
Is it worth just not mentioning it or lying and saying that you are a halfling, or am I out of character being like, is it very visible to tell like a gnome from a halfling?
It's
Yeah.
very obvious.
Okay, never mind.
Vander's
Forget
being
Vander's,
racist.
That's stupid.
Yeah,
Whoa,
so-
Avantris! Are you saying they all look the same?
So you
I'm saying that I don't see this.
Hissy is a halfling, and you know what she looks like. And I'm a forest gnome, and you know what I look like. Rodak.
I don't know where you're going with this.
He's hard to describe.
Let's get a room.
I think we've got plenty of money, and I think that we should probably stay somewhere a little more upscale,
I agree.
just to avoid trouble.
I want crawdads.
Did we get the sense that the Crossroads was like the best inn?
It was like, one of the more touristy traps. Like, yeah, it's kind of one of the better ones. It's nice. It's really, really nice.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
We proceed to enjoy the.
So you walk through. There's the smells and the sounds as you walk through. You see that there's like a band on every street corner just playing all sorts of styles of music. But there's kind of the same kind of general genre of there's just this peppy brass music and you hear piano wailing and just all sorts of different people. And you see they have little hats where to throw tips and the like. But you also see that there's also like establishments of like music halls all over the place, and the smell of crawfish and catfish and all sorts of just delicious food as you go, and just tons of tchotchke and trinket shops with all sorts of gifts and souvenirs and the like. This is very much feels like to an extent even more put together than the Noble Garden, but like just not as like noble. And you make your way to the drawbridge, and you see the huge riverboat up on docked on the side, which isn't too far past the drawbridge. And you see on the back in these gaudy letters that says the Grinning Catfish, and you're able to see that. And as you turn down,
Is it the Grinning Catfish or the Hungry
Catfish? Sorry, the Hungry Catfish.
Oh, wait, okay. That's the name of the boat.
Yes.
Got it. I was
The
going to
Hungry
say,
Catfish.
there's a lot of catfish up in this town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Hungry Catfish. And you make your way, and then you see a multi-tiered hotel. Each tier with a large wraparound balcony on all the whole around the whole thing, and you see kind of it's in these shades of kind of greens and golds, and you see that there's a compass rose that says the Crossroads on the sign, and you walk in and you kind of hear the piano and brass music just kind of wailing out of it, and you walk in, you see a very hopping scene. There's absolutely a bar. There's a waiting area. There is, you see people kind of checking into their rooms. A lot of well-dressed people are staying here. You don't get the sense of like kind of, you've seen the occasional kind of scrappy-looking person walking around, or a good amount of them, but they're not really here. You can tell that they're probably just making their way up the promenade in order to kind of get to wherever they were headed. And you go and you procure the room. There's someone at the desk, and basically rooms are 10 gold per person for standard rooms, and kind of premium suites are 45.
I'm fine with the old 10 gold a night room.
Oh, how many rooms does a suite come with?
It's beds 4.
There's 4 of us? We have plenty of gold, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of gold. Let's shell out 45 gold a night. No thanks.
Versus 10, we need at least 2 rooms.
So
So
20
it's
gold a
20
night.
versus 45, and it's a premium suite. We'd have a private room to discuss in. We're always like...
Maybe extra space, probably amenities, all sorts of good
I'll
stuff.
pay for 2 nights in a premium suite.
Okay, thank you. And so 90 gold. And
We're always like, let's meet in one room, and then we have to go off, having a common area where we can discuss and plan.
you're given 4 keys, and you're guided. This is to the very top floor. This is to the 4th floor. There's four. Did I say 3 tiers? It's 4 tiers, and you are led to a room that opens up to this beautiful common area with there's a fireplace. There is already a basket of goodies and like candies and some fruit and breads and pastries and some cheeses already waiting there for you.
Ooh,
And-
it was worth it for the candies.
So
and
he
you see
dives
that
into
there's this
the
beautiful
basket.
sitting area, and you break off into there's 4 separate bedrooms in this. It may not be, each one may not be as large as a full room, but basically enough. There's way more sleeping space, and you're able to kind of settle into your own rooms, and you have your room there.
Well, this is nice.
This is gorgeous.
Can we? I mean, we have a lot of gold, so if we need to stay here, the whole time, it's more
We
than 2
have a
minutes.
mansion at home.
Right, and I'm saying that, and this doesn't feel too bad leaving the mansion. The fact that we get to stay here, and we don't have to share a room.
I'm just saying, I know that I don't come from very noble beginnings, but I've become very accustomed to a certain level of living in the last week, and I don't intend to go back.
And that's fine. I just don't think we should stay longer than we need to, is all I'm saying.
I think that's fine.
We
And-
only have 10,947 gold.
Fair. That's fair. Well,
And so it's not like we're rolling in the cash.
you have a very you keep track, don't you?
I have
You know
to.
exactly. You do. I
That
appreciate
doesn't
that.
include the gold, platinum from Krem, Orpheus, or the gems.
No,
But
I'm
we'll-
literally just telling them our gold value. We're actually at 19,424.
Okay.
But
we-
Sylvie is only telling them
okay,
what
okay.
they have in
Sorry,
gold.
sorry.
Wait, what was the 19 out of character?
So we have 10,947 in gold pieces. In total value, we have 19,424 because we have platinum and silver and
Right.
copper. But Sylvie's only telling you what we have in gold because you keep talking about gold. So she's not doing it maliciously. It's just
No, that's all we have in gold.
Well, I think it's fine. If we're only here a few days, it'll be worth it. What time is it?
I would say it's probably approaching dusk.
Well, shall we enjoy?
I don't hate settling in here and then maybe going to check out the nightlife on the boat. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling good. I got rest before
Okay.
that fight. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm not a scratch on me after fighting those fish people.
Yeah. Let's get pretty, and then we'll go to the angry catfish, or the humble catfish, or we could even go over to the jovial catfish.
One of those is fine. I think whichever one the gigantic riverboat is
Yeah.
where we want
Oh,
to
we
head.
could even go to Catfish SquarePants.
Let's. Anyway,
stop.
let's
I'm very confused.
let's put our stuff down. Let's get settled, and then we can go out. I agree.
Yeah. I'm going to, on our way out, I'm going to have someone send a message to what's his face? LeBlanc, and just let him know we have arrived in town. Should he need to get in contact with us, we will be spending our evening at the Hungry Catfish.
All right. I guess I'm gonna go to my room and kind of put my stuff down, set my armor again in a Jesus.
Kelsey.
In a
She
place
got
that's
me.
easily accessible if I need to get it quickly for whatever reason. And I inspect my swords. It still seems like it's damaged from the troll.
It does.
I guess while
Yeah.
I'm out, I'll keep an eye out for like a blacksmith or something. I might be
Okay.
able to repair it.
So you're all gonna leave. You get the sense that you may be able to find blacksmiths in the area, probably not in the tourist district.
Right.
A lot of people aren't going around. But you're gonna make your way to the Hungry Catfish.
I want to make my armor look like normal adventurer's clothing.
Okay. You tap your chest, and normal clothing for night out on the town appears on you.
And yeah, I'll just.
Sorry, did we see like other people carrying like weapons and stuff,
Yeah.
or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, I would say that like in a D&D world where there's a lot of danger, it is common for people to kind of be armed, except in specific scenarios where people are like no weapons here, not allowed.
I'm gonna braid back my hair in something fancy and like pinch my cheeks to make myself look nicer, because I look like I've been on a boat for a week.
With his weapon, does it look like what's wrong with it?
It looks like it's just massive damage. You get the sense that you could probably have someone repair it.
Like if it were just repaired, the magic in it isn't destroyed.
No.
It's just because in that case I could use mending to fix it.
Oh, is that how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It can't restore the spell ability to it, but it can fix the damage to the weapon.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I'll touch it and mend your weapon for you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Save
much
some
more
time.
cheaperest than going to a blacksmith, and it's the first time I've gotten to do it.
So Sylvie presses her hand on the sword, and the sword magically is good as new.
And so the effect is gone.
Yeah, the effect's good.
Okay. Well, thank you. This saves quite a bit of time and gold. So.
Yeah, I know, because we're spending it all in the room.
Right. And I'll just put on like my, whatever regular like. I have like nice clothes, right, that I got.
I would say, you had nice clothes custom ordered in.
Okay, I'll put that on.
In Noble Garden. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're all out for a night on the town. So, the sun has set. It seems like the streets are even more lively than they were when you arrived. And there's a hustle and bustle and an energy that's jazzier and dancier than anything, even like the more pleasant hemispheres of Gullhaven or Noble or any part of Noble Garden. And you make your way to the Hungry Catfish. And as you approach, you can see that they're all like the ramps heading up onto various different levels of this multi-tiered huge riverboat. And standing at each one seems to be these humanoid creatures that are amphibian. They look like basically humanoid frogs. Every single one, every single paired station is this like kind of rubbery green hide. They're a little bit shorter, a little bit taller than Sylvie, but probably about your height, Rodak. And they are all just dressed to the nines in like the fanciest outfits that money could buy, and they are all just standing at attention. And you can kind of look up in the riverboat, and there's all sorts of just different people of all sorts of races. But it seems all of these staff all seem to be the same species, all dressed very similarly.
So they're all frogs.
They're all frogs. They're all.
Sylvie, are these bullywugs? Is that what Forgus was talking about?
Would I be familiar?
Yeah,
with them
you would know
bullywugs?
immediately, Sylvie, that they're bullywugs.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't realize that they were like.
So do I know
Real?
enough about bullywugs to know that we don't want to go insulting them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say.
So, what bullywugs, just important to know, they are very proud, and so you don't want to insult them or assume that they don't have money or stature. Treat them well, and they will treat you well. Otherwise, you anger one and you've got an entire gaggle of wogs on you.
To be fair, I don't think we generally walk around insulting people, but I'll keep that in mind
Well,
for sure.
I don't think we've ever been as drunk as we're probably gonna get on this boat, so
Well, so we shouldn't assume that they're turning back into frogs. Right?
all I'm gonna don't say that to them.
All right.
All I'm gonna say is y'all never been to Agway before. All right, guys, let's have a good time.
All right.
Okay. You make your way up, and you hear kind of like a whoa, 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 as you walk by, and they nod at you, speak in some kind of language that you would probably know as bullywug. And you make your way up one of the ramps to the very first tier, the main deck of the main deck of the Hungry Catfish, and there are just all sorts of people kind of enjoying the outside. There are bars and table games all along externally outside on this deck, and just these huge doorways that are open into this gleaming inside, where you see that just this entire room is the fanciest casino that you ever would have seen. I would say probably logically, there's no way that any of you would have been able to see anything as fancy. Way nicer than the Monami. And
Well, with that, I would say he has no chance against Remy Garou.
Who?
Belliver.
Oh, right. Oh, this is. Ooh. Never seen anything like this. Is it like huge too?
It's
like.
It's huge. I mean, and there are multiple decks. You can see people kind of having a good time. You see the occasional like drunk person kind of leaning off the side, like, and you can see that there are waiters, bartenders, and all of these. All of them are bullywugs. All of the dealers, all of the, they're all bullywugs, except the only staff that doesn't seem to be are the cocktail waitresses, which are all humanoid species of a variety of species, all in very, very scantily clad clothing, and kind of these these dark greens that kind of look like the hide of a catfish a little bit, and these are kind of greens and blacks that look classy but showing a lot of skin. Fishnets, high heels, and there's
a casino.
Yeah, it's a casino. Yeah, it's a casino. So besides the everyone else though, the bullywugs are all kind of wearing that same style, that same
even
color
the security,
well.
they're
All the
bullywugs.
security, they're bullywugs. They have they're all armed, and the bullywugs, they're all except for the cocktail waitresses. All of the staff are bullywugs.
Do they speak common?
Would I know that?
I would say that you would know that.
Do they speak common?
I think they do.
I don't know if they do by nature. But
Well,
I believe so.
I just asked because we walked by and the bullywug tried to speak to us in a language that seemed to be bullywug.
Well, no, they just, they speak bullywugs, so why would
Nope,
you
no, they can't. Bullywug. I thought so.
bother talking
Yeah.
to us?
They can only speak bullywug.
Alright, so we
I
just...
see.
Yeah.
I thought they did, and I'm like, oh wait, no,
No.
maybe they do. After I
I
said that,
was
no, they don't.
thinking you're probably thinking about in Feywild because my bullywugs speak.
Okay,
languages.
okay, I think that's what threw me off. I'm like,
And
wait,
so the
am I
ones in the
wrong?
labyrinth
I was like,
were
it's
able
really
to
important
speak.
that they, yeah, okay, so.
So that's what I was saying. I don't know if they
Yeah,
do
no,
by
they don't.
nature.
They don't, and you can kind of see that, like, the way that they're, like, dealing or whatever, like, they're able to just, everyone's having a really good time, and they're able to just, they are just lightning fast on cards and the roulette and the dice.
Can they understand common?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, shall we have a drink?
I'm with you.
I'm gonna sit down at like a really nice table for like dinner and drinks.
Okay.
Is there like
Yeah.
nice
There's a
places where we
restaurant?
could?
Yeah, there's a restaurant. And there is this whole restaurant area that's almost as much of a lounge. And so you guys gonna get like dinner first, or so?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, we'll say that you enjoy a dinner, and the cocktail waitresses are the ones that are coming up and taking your order. And you're able to order a wide variety of mostly seafood, but all sorts of pork and beef and chicken and a lot of things like that. And it's this incredibly delicious food, very rich in spice and way more flavorful than a lot of the stuff that you've had in other parts of the world.
why doesn't everywhere cook like this?
Well, you've never let me cook for you.
Can you cook this?
Not this, no.
Well, you should try
I can
cooking
make a
sometime.
quesadilla.
A quesadilla? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I just grind up some plant matter, and then I fry it, and then I fill it with cheese.
That sounds like it could be good. I like cheese.
Yeah.
I bet Reeve would like that as well, so next time you're back in Gold,
And
maybe
it's really hard to pick up with your fast food Nosferatu fingers.
I don't know what that is.
It's fine.
Sylvie, I like to think that we've had a lot of really great conversation, but
Yes.
over the last few days, I'm really struggling to understand anything that you're saying. Am I going crazy? Am I having a stroke, or is there like a tumor or something? I'm just concerned because I'm understanding less and less of the things that you say every day, and I feel like I should be getting to understand you more every day.
Yeah, no, I don't know. A fast food Nosferatu. A Nosferatu is a differenter form of Dracula. It's a balder form of Dracula, an older Dracula, and they have long, spindly nails or fingers with really long nails. And a fast food Nosferatu would be a Nosferatu that eats fast food. And because Reeve has Nosferatu fingernails and he eats a lot of pepperoni, he is a Nosferatu, a fast food Nosferatu.
I'll take another drink, please.
Yeah, too.
And I know, and I pull up my sack because I have a satchel of his nail clippings on me at all times.
And then I clip them back to my dress.
You know we're eating, right?
What do you want? Do you want one in your soup?
No.
So you see that there's a variety of a lot of liquors, huge wine list, huge beer list, and you do see though that kind of on the back page, with no prices listed, is market value, and they have each Wisp Glow, Serpent's Breath, and Dune Spice.
I would like a beautiful fish-netted woman. I would like 2 things. I would like an order of the Wisp Glow, please, and your permission to smack your butt.
You hear.
Because they're humanoids, right? They're not pollywogs.
Yes. So the pollywog and fishnets.
I was thinking it.
You this one that's serving you seems to be a halfling, and she says, "Well, I guess you could. What are you gonna tip me?"
I'll tip you 10 gold.
Okay, sounds good. And she.
So I smack her in the butt and I give her 10 gold.
And the wisp.
Now that was worth the money.
The Wisp Glow is going to be 100 gold pieces.
Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
No, you don't know.
I love drugs.
I need to try it. It's for research purposes.
No.
We're getting accosted for spending $45 a night on a gold room, and she wants to drink some hallucinogenic booze for $100
I am going to put it this way.
Waitresses?
I'm going to put it this way. We had 1,000 gold at one point in our lives, and a dragonborn and a dwarf spent all of it on 2 pieces of armor. That one dragonborn then melted it off in poison, and this one doesn't put it on when he's on a boat. So I'm spending 110 gold to smack the ass of a pretty lady and to drink some boozies.
I will literally drown.
You have a ring of
Well,
water.
now I can wear it on a boat.
It was in the bag of holding.
I forgot we had it.
That's not my problem.
I make sure that it's firmly attached. Alright, well, I don't...
One, Mist Wagon.
Wisp Glow.
Yep.
Coming right up. And she leaves. And she comes back with a glass, and it's not very large, probably about this big, and it's this clear glass, and the liquid inside is glowing with this strange blue hue. And as soon as it arrives, everyone's kind of turning their heads as the smell is hitting their nostrils. And this smell will be very familiar to you. There's a lot of forest gnomes make that. It's a big thing, and you know how absolutely strong it is. And she sits it down in front of you. And
I just want to say before this happens that I am not responsible for her or anything that happens for the rest of the night.
Agreed.
If things start to head south, I'm bailing.
Yep. That's the truth.
And I just want to make it known, I used the last 100 gold that I had remaining on me from when I screwed Matthias. So that money came from nobody but my own pussy posse.
Shout out to Matthias Blake. Yeah, boy, Midnight Matthias Blake.
So, that money is gone, is out, is over. So I can have my drink. I'm going to down the whole thing.
Horrifying.
Okay, you down the whole thing, and immediately, as soon as it kind of hits your lips, there's kind of that singe tingling, there's this warmth that hits you, and it falls in your stomach, and it only takes a matter of seconds before this calm comes over you, this fluidity, and you are... It's basically like the most drunk you've ever been in an instant. But there's kind of this very strange control that you have as you start to kind of see flashes and lights and colors kind of pop all over the place. And for the mechanically, you have now +2 intellect and +2 dexterity. And you kind of feel like there is kind of like this heightened sense, like you're incredibly drunk, but you kind of feel like your mind has opened to, or no, not intellect. That's the wrong one. It is dexterity and charisma. Sorry. I was gonna say that's the other one. And so you feel like you also kind of get this boost of confidence, and you kind of feel fluid into this control that you have, but you are incredibly drunk, and you kind of start to see kind of these flashes, at least initially.
Well, darlings, let me tell you, it's been a long time since I've been. Oh no. Guys, it's fine. I didn't just sound like that. Mom? Nope, we're good. I'm gonna go dance. Bye.
And I'm gonna go out and dance.
Okay. You go to one of the levels is a dance floor where they have a full live band, all bullywugs, playing various instruments. There's a full large brass band, and everyone is just going nuts on the dance floor. What are you guys doing?
Well, she's gone. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go take a look around, see if I see Guru.
I'm gonna go with you.
And perhaps if we don't, we can sit down and play a few games. Perhaps win some money, perhaps lose.
Okay.
Danielin?
I'm gonna sit at the table for just a little bit longer until the waitress comes back.
Okay. So Avantris and Rodek, you stand up and you make your way out to kind of wander the main casino floor. And Annulin, you're sitting, and the waitress comes back after kind of delivering Sylvie her Westflow, and...
Ma'am, I want to apologize for my friend. I think that was a little demeaning. And maybe you'd like to take a break and get off your feet and sit here for a minute and have a chat?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm on break in a few minutes. I could take it early.
Great. So how do you like working here?
She sits down and she says, "Oh, my feet are killing me. I like it here a lot. Yeah, no, it's a good job."
Yeah, you get paid well?
Yeah, I'll get paid very well. Mr. Guru, he takes care of us, that's for sure.
Huh. And has anyone ever tried to like buy you before?
Her face kind of scrunches up in confusion. And said, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Sorry. That is one of the cutest things that I've ever heard her say. Has anyone tried to buy you?
I mean, that might have kind of came out weird. Like, has anyone ever said like, "Hey, what's your name? I didn't even ask your name."
My name is Milda.
Yeah, so has anyone ever been like, "Hey, Milda, like, we've got a special shift for you tonight, and you're gonna go out this way, and then like take you somewhere else for a different kind of job"? And I don't mean sex. It's sounding like sex, but I don't mean sex.
I mean, a lot of rich men try to get me back to their room, and they offer to pay a lot of money, but we're not allowed to do that.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good job security, and you know, that's great. So, any other like people that you've worked with, have they ever like maybe taken a weird shift and just never showed back up for work?
Oh, well, I guess, I mean, girls come and go all the time. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people get into the, you know, the Wisp Glow or the Serpent's Breath or the Dune Spice, and they, you know, fall on rough times and don't show up for work, and it happens.
That's a sad story.
I mean...
What does that Dune Spice do?
That's a sad story.
It gets you very amped up, very excited. People like to when they go all night. They do some Dune Spice and they can go for days. They keep taking it.
I'll try one of those.
Okay, that's 100 gold as well.
All right, sounds good.
Hope that's coming from your fuck money.
Organ money.
Organ
It's
money.
Monopoly money.
Reality
Monopoly money.
She stands up and kind of looks at you and says, now that you've mentioned it, I mean, there are a few girls that haven't come back that weren't into stuff, and we haven't. They were good friends of a few of us, and they never told us where they were going. So I don't know where they went. If that helps. And then she just walks off, and eventually she comes back with this strange contraption. It seems to be almost like a syringe, but there's a plunger on the end, and it's filled with this thick, almost glowing, kind of this sheeny, kind of red, potent powdered substance in it. And she comes back to you, and she holds it up to you, and she says, "Do you know how to do this?"
No, would you?
I do. Would you? I mean, are you sure you want to do this?
I need a minute to think. Let's keep talking.
She puts down. Okay, I understand if you don't. I haven't used it yet, so I don't have to charge you.
It's not that I'm scared. It's just, I just need a minute.
It's okay to be scared. I'm scared. I've never done it. I've seen what it does to people. A
This is
lot of
gonna turn into a PSA after school special, like real quick.
I can fly!
The party's gonna die after Annulin eats our faces.
So, your friends that disappeared, kind of, were they halfling girls too?
Oh no, they all sorts. I mean, a couple different races. I'm one of the few halfling girls that work here.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, I guess. Alright. Hit me.
Okay, open your eyes wide, peel them open, and then so she kind of helps you peel your eye open, and she does, and this blast of red powder hits your eyes, and immediately it gets bloodshot. She goes to the other one, shoots it in, completing finishing the container. She's half and half, and immediately your eyes are completely bloodshot, and kind of you start to feel like your veins start to pulse as your muscles tense and flex, and you feel like more awake than you ever have before, and hyped up, and you feel like you could like flip this entire riverboat. Yeah, the entire riverboat. As you get like, there is like a sense of like a twinge of anger, and you feel like there's almost like this survival instinct that is kicked in on you. And for the mechanical purpose of this, you have +2 strength and +2 wisdom.
Shit.
I'm just gonna stand up really quickly from the table and be like, I gotta go!
She kind of chuckles to herself. She chuckles to herself and says, "Okay, have fun." Like, as if she's seen this all sorts of times.
In the meantime, I want to have left from the dancing area, gotten off the boat, and found some like corner where they're like, not corner, but like street where there are lots of people going about. Put my hat down, and I'm gonna be like dancing, playing jazz flute, like singing, like being very charismatic and entertaining, trying to get tips.
Okay, make a performance check.
Ugh.
Don't forget to add the +2.
Oh, okay. So 19.
19. Okay, so you're playing your flute, your magical flute, and people are tossing you a couple copper pieces here and there, and people seem to be entertained. So you're off the boat. Yeah, you're off the boat on the promenade.
Yeah.
And so the two of you,
The responsible ones.
Avantris and Rodek, you're walking around. You see, you're surveying the casino, and as you're kind of looking around, you see that all sorts of people kind of walking. There's a huge throng of people, and both of you to make a perception check.
Finally got a 21. A decent roll.
Perception 22.
22. Okay. So as you're walking around, you see all sorts of people of all sorts of different races. People are cheering, or hooting and hollering, and off to the side, kind of surveying the room, you see a human male. Seems to be kind of a little past middle-aged, with neat black hair and a coat and vest in the same kind of like blackish green coloring, and fully clean shaven, looking incredibly dapper. And he looks very, very different than when you saw him. But you see Remy Garou standing in the side of the room, kind of just surveying what's happening.
I just like nudge him and say, like, what do you think? Do we just go talk to him, or what? Do we just stay here, see if he approaches? I mean, there's no way he remembers us. It's months ago.
Is he walking, or is he...
And right now, he just kind of surveying.
So he's like by himself?
Right now, yeah.
How about this? How about we just walk nonchalantly by him, see if he recognizes us, and calls to us, and if not, we can just kind of continue, and let's just see sort of, let's feel it out.
Agreed. Let's do it.
Alright, so we start to go, and we're just sort of walking nonchalantly past him.
Okay. You walk nonchalantly past him, and as soon as you make it within probably 15 feet of him, his eyes kind of cross over your face, and you see a big grin come to his face, and he says, "If it isn't my old friends from up Pridefall way."
Oh, I'm shocked you remembered us. It's good to see you. We took your advice and we decided to come see your riverboat.
Are you Mr. Garou, right?
Now, I'll never forget a familiar, friendly face, and a non-friendly face.
I go up and,
Garou.
Rodek, if you remember.
Remy Garou, but everyone around here calls me Garou. And he shakes your hand.
Avantris, in case you forgot, it's good to officially meet you again.
What brings you gentlemen down here so south to our little neck of the bayou?
Well, we're traveling with some friends, and one of them has family nearby in the area, and we figured it would be a good opportunity to take you up on your offer.
Well, you came to the best place in all of Agua, that's what I can say. Have you enjoyed a nice game of chance?
We haven't yet, but we were thinking about it.
We've been known to, certainly.
Well, why don't you join me, and why don't you partake in what's your poison, your favorite? What's your style? Cards, dice? What is your sin?
I've been known to roll dice. I could try a card game though. I'm happy to do either.
All of that sounds great.
Dealer's choice. How does that sound?
Sounds good to me. Let's start with some cards, shall we? Let me go to my favorite card game. It's easy for all of the locals and visitors to keep track of. Is Pole Dagger. Come on, have a seat. And he guides you over to a table, and he teaches you how to play. I'm going to do this out of character. There are 10 gold blinds with no limit. Each player rolls a D8 and keeps it secret. The players are able to check, raise, or fold. And once a full rotation has finished, all players roll a D6, also kept secret. Then there's another check, raise, and fold. And finally, all players roll a D4, once again kept secret. The last round of checks, raises, and folds, they all reveal the highest total wins 80% of the pot. Are we still going?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
We just lost our faces for a minute there. How many? Is there a limit to the number of players?
Oh no, there's a whole bunch of us here. The tables are set at 10, so we got plenty of room.
All right. So we roll a d8.
Okay, roll a d8, and I'm gonna act as all the other players.
Okay.
Put buy-in.
Okay. 10 gold. So 10 gold. Come on, give him some chips. Give him some chips.
So how do
no,
you
don't
win
worry about
again?
it.
Just the highest?
The highest number, yeah.
Okay.
Come on, no, this one's on me. And so he gives you a 10 gold blind for free. And so you're dealt the chips. And so all of the cards are dealt out. The first round checks. I'll just say I'll be the other players. I'm gonna check.
I'm gonna raise.
Oh, you shite.
Okay.
How much? How much is the raise?
I assume just another 10, right? Is it just do you have to match the original bet?
Raise. There's no limit to that. No limit.
Just 5 gold.
Okay. And so 5 gold, 15. Check.
I put 5 in.
Okay. So now new round of cards being drawn. It's basically like the Hold'em style. Now you roll a d6. Okay.
Are you first?
Check.
I'll just check.
I'll check.
Okay. D4. Okay. Check. Andy.
Check.
I'll raise 10 gold.
Call.
I'm gonna fold.
Okay. What is your total?
11.
My total? Oh no, sorry.
No, you're folding 11. Cast it in. So you win.
Oh.
80%. So that was for that 60. That was a 30 gold buy-in for all of us. Then plus 15, that's 45. Plus 20, 65. So 80% of that, we'll just say you get 60 gold.
I slap Rodek on the back and I say, nice play.
All
Nice
right.
play.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
I never win.
This
is great.
See, isn't this a good game?
This
Chance
is
you should
fun.
stick around and play a while.
You said it was pole dagger?
Pole dagger, yes.
I'm in for one more round.
Can we do one more?
Yeah, sure. Well, this time it's your own goal.
That's fine.
Yeah, of course.
I knew I had you hooked. Okay, D8. Let's just check.
Check.
Raise 10 gold.
Fold.
Roll, I'm out.
Fold. So you get that's 20 gold. We'll say you get 17 gold.
You put that down. But then 10 of that was Avantris.
Yeah.
So I get 7 gold. Our party gets 7 gold total.
So come on over here and chat with me a little while.
Well, so as Avantris was saying, we were a friend has family in town. She's from here, and we figured. I don't know if you've heard about the goings on in Gulhaven and.
Oh, I've heard all about it. Word travels real fast.
Aye, so we have access to a ship now, and we figured while we have time to relax and enjoy our time, we remember that the mighty Guru had a wonderful riverboat.
Oh, you heard correct.
We just came down and figured we'd check it out. How have things been?
Things are always good. Business is always good here.
So, how often are you in town? Because we saw you quite a ways north. Do you often travel by yourself?
I occasionally travel. I mean, I can usually leave things here to be run, and the ship is kept nice and tight. I don't have to worry too much. I like to survey and make sure nothing is too out of hand, and especially with all the jokers in this town, I gotta stick around and keep everyone on their best behavior. But I wanted to see the Viridian Hills then now that it was travelable, and I did.
Did you have any run-ins with all of the kind of danger that was going on at the time? There were orcs and ogres, trolls, hags, werewolves, pigs, rats. I could go on.
I keep my nose out of danger generally. Did you all get mixed up with all that?
Did we? We did. We managed to defeat the Coven of Hags that was responsible.
Did you find anything interesting up in those hills? I know I asked you that once before. I just was curious. Normally when you travel and conquer and be an adventurer, you find interesting trinkets and tokens and the like.
It's more like trouble. We found lots of trouble and not many fortunes, if you catch my drift.
Well, we'll have a good discussion. You'll have to tell me the whole story sometime. I would love to hear it.
Are you often here on the boat? If we
Oh,
ever
I'm
come
here
back
all the
through?
time. I'm
Alright.
here all the time, and being here makes my people work even harder. That's leadership for you.
We don't want to hold you up too much. You probably have work to do, but
Well, come enjoy a game of chance. Our beverages are, and down in the lower deck, we have our fights. If you care to see that.
What kind of fights?
Oh, we got bullywug fights.
That sounds vicious and barbaric.
But people are not going to love to bet on.
so you just have the bullywugs. They fight each other.
Oh yeah.
Do they kill each other?
Oh yeah. Gotta keep them motivated, as they ain't gonna fight that hard, right?
And these people bet on these bullywugs beating each other to death.
That's right.
Well, maybe that's just an odd way sort of thing. Since
It's all voluntary. Ain't got no slaves here. That's the caravan sort of thing.
So do they? I guess so. They're of their own free will, willing to.
The winners will get rewarded very handsomely.
Alright, well, perhaps later on tonight, after a few more drinks, we'll head on down there and check it out. Anything else? Any recommendations while we're here? Seems like quite a large riverboat. Should we focus our efforts beyond these games? Anyone else?
Games of chance, drink, and good times, music. Well, I got it all, except for women. I don't specialize in that sort of thing. It keeps people distracted from the things that actually make me money.
Well, if you need us, we could also let you know where we're staying. If you're happy we'd be happy to let you know if you want to send for us. It's no problem.
Oh, and where would that be? I assume the crossroads.
Yes, exactly.
Newcomers, Dogway, always stay at the crossroads. You're such tourists, I love it.
What do we say? Just looking to have a good time.
You come to the right place. Welcome to Ogway, and you gentlemen have a good time. I'm going to take care of some business, and we'll talk later.
You have a great
Thank
night.
you.
He leaves. Sylvie, I'll just say in the process of all of this, you made probably about 17 gold pieces worth of coins.
Nice.
It adds up. It's like a lot of silver pieces. You have like a huge, hefty hat full of like silver and copper pieces that adds up to 17. The occasional gold. 17 gold pieces. Anulin, you had to go, but
I basically have just been like sprinting full speed around the boat trying to find any of my comrades.
okay. I would say that you would then run around with your main faculties being kind of like wisdom and survival instincts and not intelligence kind of boosted. It takes you a bit. They're leaving Guru. You're playing some cards. You see a couple of roulette tables and dice games and the like, and you then are able to find. You run into Rodek and Avantris.
Guys, I talked to the waitress. I talked to her.
Are you? Oh no! Oh no!
What did you do?
I asked her if anybody was disappearing, and she said yes. Sometimes people are disappearing, so I think we should leave.
What?
I don't want to disappear. We gotta go. And I'll try to pick up Rodek.
Strength contest.
I don't
Don't
want
get
anyone to
off me.
ever not be on whatever this is.
Oh jeez. Just flat strength, or
And you have +2.
Or an athletics contest. Sorry.
I got 17.
oh, let's see.
Is that athletics?
Oh no, I just did straight strength.
Are you
What am I supposed to do?
Are you
You
proficient
should
in
be
athletics?
proficient in athletics, right?
Is that what I'm supposed to do? Athletics?
Yeah.
It's an athletics check.
So your
So
athletics.
is it athletics +2?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, 1.
17.
Hulking out from the dune spice, you run up, and Avantris, you see Annulin just freaking like keg lift the dwarf. As Rodak's small, like short limbs was waving wildly.
Did you take off?
Yeah, I start running, but again, I really don't know where the exit of this thing is, so I'm just sprinting around with him.
No, get me off!
Okay, you're running after them. Do you try to catch them and stop her?
Yeah, I want to try to get up, catch her, just grab her by the arm to stop her from running away.
Okay.
I'm not gonna,
Okay, I'll say with your rogue abilities to sprint, even though wood elves are faster than high elves, you're able to easily catch up to her. But you're going to need to do an athletics check to try to athletics contest to try to stop it. As she's hulked out on the dune spice.
Does anybody want to take the over/under on what my athletics is?
+0?
+1. I got a 17.
Wait, with your additions?
Yes!
Okay, then I definitely beat you, because I rolled an 18.
She is going. I'd say Annulin, you make a perception check with +2.
This is one of the greatest things that ever happened. I'm imagining like this awesome riverboat, and Annulin, this tiny wood elf, is a dwarf slung over her shoulder. A high elf is chasing her. She's just zipping through all of this, his legs flailing.
What was that? Annulin?
Perception was a 26.
26. You eventually find the exit. Sylvie, you're playing music as Annulin with Rodak.
Flute jazz.
It's some Jethro Tull shit. As you hear Rodak yelling and screaming, as you see Annulin with Rodak flung over his shoulder, like gripping onto him, as she's running, Avantris just sprinting out, trying to grab to stop it.
So as soon as I see Sylvie, I'm just gonna like hard Scooby-Doo stop and drop Rodak and then like start snapping to her playing the flute.
And it's gonna make me go faster. I'm just gonna play like literally like the most badass jazz flute anyone has ever heard.
Okay.
What's gotten into you two? Well, I know what happened to you. What the hell did you take? Why can't you just play like flute jazz?
I sampled the wares. The wares were good.
Oh god.
Do me a favor, don't go picking up Rodak again. That was horrifying.
I stopped playing for a second and go, that was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
I still feel like we need to get away from here.
Why?
Go.
Why? Hold on. Slow down for 1 second. Why?
Because people are disappearing. I told you already.
I'm not surprised that they're disappearing, but I think we're fine. We're not going to get. I mean, Sylvie might. Now that I think about it.
You're just gonna let someone disappear?
No.
You're an uncontainable rage monster right now. Sylvie seems to be doing okay on her own.
I've made 17 gold.
I was enjoying the drinks and games inside. Why do we have to leave now?
Yeah, I was making a lot of gold until you guys showed up and ruined my show.
I'm gonna pour all of my gold from my hat into my bag. And
I don't think Alphonse is. He's smart enough. He's not going to abduct either one of you.
Wait, why would Alpha? No, he's probably going to abduct me. But why are we talking about this? What did I miss?
Maybe we just get away from here and talk across the street somewhere safe. You promise not to hulk out and grab Rodak again.
I can't promise that, but I'll try.
Everyone
If
gets
it's
one.
present, I'm gonna get my friends to safety.
Alright.
Do you want to carry me? You can carry me.
I'll carry everyone.
No, I'm staying on the ground.
I cast fly on Rodak.
I'm gonna pick up Sylvie and put her on my shoulders and start running across the street.
Okay.
I'll chase after her, I guess.
Okay, you all meet across the street. There's a hustle and bustle. No one's really paying attention to you. There's a lot of people doing all sorts of shit on the street. Some people passed out drunk and the like, but everyone's having a good time.
Oh, let's throw one of them into a locked-up alchemist house and see what happens.
We don't bring that up.
We don't, but I do.
Genji's not here to give us shit about it. And can you just explain... Hold on. I'm not surprised at all that Guru's employees have gone missing. I don't think that...
Why are you not surprised by that?
Because he's obviously a crime lord. We know that much. And I'm not even sure that necessarily Guru's in business with him. It sounds like Alphonse, or at least certainly Beliver, was afraid of him. Do we get the sense that Alphonse was in competition with Guru?
Alphonse?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it sounded like they're at odds. And I'm not sure Guru's... So that's the thing, I don't know. He's obviously, Alphonse is a very powerful man, and he's in competition with Guru. So it makes me think that I wouldn't think that they're necessarily in business and they may be getting picked off not because of Guru, but while they're at home or while they're elsewhere in Agwe.
So you don't think that Beliver being replaced is like an official business thing? You think that even though they're at odds, they're working together out of necessity, maybe?
No, so I'm saying that it's not Guru that's selling his girls. It's just that in their off time, they go to another bar or they go somewhere they're getting bought, not under Guru's employ.
So the idea is that they are in a business partnership together, but that's just a front for Alphonse to siphon these women away.
Are Alphonse and Guru in partnership together, or are they
No. Well, what we were told was that Beliver wasn't coming because of Guru, because Alphonse was getting everything he needed from Guru. Which
He had found another source from one of the crime families,
Right.
not Guru.
Oh.
From
He didn't yet.
from the ones from Neckbat because they're slavers, right?
Yes.
I understand now.
Yeah. So he thought that basically that Beliver would not be able to hold a candle and get any kind of power against Guru.
Because Guru's so powerful and basically runs the same kind of business.
So in that case, do you think that if Alphonse is receiving his supply of women from one of these other crime families, he's potentially staging an uprising or a revolt to prop this one family up over the others and destabilize Agwe?
It's hard to say. My gut would tell me that.
My gut would tell me that this is not the kind of conversation to be having in the mean streets of Agwe. Let's go back to the crossroads. Oh, look at that purple light. Let's go back to the crossroads, and there's a red one. And we can talk about it there.
All right,
Ooh,
let's go.
I could do interpretive dance.
I
I
just
don't
wanted-
think that this is the best place to be having this conversation.
Let's go. All of you, come on.
And I'm doing all of this while
Alright.
also in Annulin's
I'm
hulking
walking.
arms.
I'm walking behind them just to make sure, just to kind of keep an eye on them, and make sure that they don't like sprint off in either direction.
I'll lead the way then.
Yeah.
You bring up the rear.
As you're leaving, as you're kind of getting ready to leave to go back to the crossroads, you all hear a voice
We would.
kind of call out from behind you towards the direction of the Hungry Catfish. Avantris, is that you?
Do I have the wherewithal to just keep walking, or like, am I startled? Like, how do I react to that?
How do you?
I guess I'd be, I'm surprised. So I guess Vandris would be surprised, but he tries to play it off like he's not so sure he heard it.
And you hear kind of the clattering of hurried heels. Vandris is me! Don't you? It's Taiki!
Oh my god. I'll turn around and take a look.
You turn around and you see the form of Taiki Heartseeker your former companion, bounty hunter, in full cocktail waitress garb, kind of trying to like waddle towards you in heels, and kind of waving you down, and she is. I didn't know you were in town.
To be honest, we didn't know we were going to be here either. We've been in Gullhaven for weeks, a long time. I saw Forgus and Emiria, and I asked them about you, and they said they hadn't heard about you for a long time.
I mean, it's so weird to see you. I mean, you were chasing after these people. Hi, I'm Taiki, by the way. Nice to meet you. And she
Hello.
These are
goes
my
over,
friends, please.
and she kind
What
of
does
goes
she
up
look
to
like?
each of you.
What does she
Oh,
like?
so yeah, I apologize. What you see before you is a she seems to be half elven. She has elvish features, but not as pronounced. She seems to be pretty curvy, and these outfits are the outfit is complementing her very well. Very made up. She has kind of a short kind of a shoulder length hair, perfectly cut all the way around, of a kind of a dark black hair, and kind of she has the pouty lips that are just slathered in makeup, and she looks like kind of like your standard cocktail affair, and she that's what you see. And she says, I saw you, and I didn't have my break, and I didn't want to miss you. I can't, but it's been so long. It's been over a year.
I tried to find you while we were in Gullhaven, but nobody knew where you were, and I wasn't about to step foot in the Mona Me if I could avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, no.
Forgus thought you might still be gambling.
Well, I mean, it's my problem. Yeah, I know. But I owed Belliver a lot of money, and I was, people were. I knew that girls were going missing, so I left immediately, and I came.
So, are you done your shift? Are you done working?
I mean, I only have like a 15-minute break, and then I gotta go back. But I'm off. I'm off at 3.
Okay, listen. This is important. We're staying at the crossroads. When you're done, I'm still going to be awake. You come and find me, okay?
Okay, sounds good. No, it's good to see Avantris.
It's good to see you too, and promise me you'll stay safe.
No, I mean, yeah, there's some spooky stuff going on, but you know me, I'm scrappy, so it's fine. And she gives you a little love tap on the cheek, and then turns around and scuttles
It's
off.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Bye. Do 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 do.
Hey, that's good stuff. And then she leaves.
All right. Let's just get to the crossroads.
All right, let's get inside. Well, now she might be in danger.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. As terrible as this sounds, I thought there was probably a good chance that she wasn't even alive anymore. I'm gonna fill her in on everything. You're welcome to stay up and wait, and we'll have a conversation. But I think if she's here, it's important that she knows what's going on, and most importantly, I need to find out how she was able to just walk away from Belliver.
I'll stay up for sure. We don't have anywhere to be necessarily in the morning, so let's get back and discuss, and then we can wait.
Okay. Both of you, Angelin and Sylvie, you are feeling the full effects of the drugs that you've consumed strongly through the night. As you're just going to wait until 3 for her to show up?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Well, before that,
Yeah.
though, so now that we're kind of in our room, still kind of talking quietly, so to finish our conversation from before, I'm wondering, hopefully Hissy, fortunately, she might know something more about Guru. I wonder if he could be an ally against LeBlanc if we need one.
Do you mean Taiki?
Taiki, what did I say?
You said Hissy the dead
Hissy,
one.
I'm sorry, not to offend. It's old.
Well, she's
okay.
not dead anymore, so.
I think I have trouble aligning myself with any of these individuals because I don't think any of them are trustworthy. I think that the very last thing they want to do is help Well,
rock
so here's
the
thing,
boat,
right? It
as
might
it
be more
were.
of an enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing, especially if Alphon is causing problems within Ogway. Guru would want to stop that. So you might be right, but we don't even know what Alphonse wants yet.
Well, he wants the blood of the innocent. Ooh, that one was silver.
Well, probably.
Yeah, he's a drag.
We don't know what he is yet. He may be a Dracula or a
Yep.
Nosferatu or whatever you call vampires.
No, that's Reeve.
But I'm wondering if Taiki's still okay. I'm curious to see how long she's been working there.
So this is what I'm thinking.
I don't know.
This is what I'm thinking. I think that we should talk to Guru, and I think we should tell him some of what we know. Not all of what we know. But I think we should come clean with him about how we feel about Alphonse.
Not until we learn more about him, but I agree that
I
that's a possibility. I think that he seems very powerful, and if LeBlanc's in competition with him, and if he has the power to basically rule all of the city when there are 3 kind of crime families, there's something going on there that we don't know. I just don't get a good feeling about it. So
It might not necessarily be bad.
it could be.
I mean, it seems like he pays people well. He pays people well. That's orange one. Yeah, that's all I've got. I want to go to bed. My head's spinning.
Go
That's fine.
to bed. I'll stay up with Avantris.
Okay.
Here's what I'm thinking, Rodek. When she shows up, I want to talk to her about what's been going on since she's been missing. Before we tell her anything about the rest of the gang. If there's any chance that she's flipped or she's not who she used to be, then there's a chance that we can't trust her.
All right, I'll let you lead and I'll support.
There's a possibility that she left Belivar because Guru paid off whatever her debt was. So just be aware of that. She might be in his debt now over. Over
There's a
Belivar's.
chance. I agree. Anything's possible.
Well, you get to bed. Annulin, it doesn't look like you're going to bed anytime soon.
I'm just standing in the corner punching the air.
Oh, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. So I guess we'll sit and probably order room service or something until 3.
Okay. So you enjoy, you get some room service. It's whatever you want to eat, probably, and it's delicious. It's amazing, and you kind of wait and you chat and talk about kind of your new experiences in Ogway, and you at around probably 3:30, you Sylvie's kind of off in her room. The door shuts. So you're able to talk without waking her. You hear a little rap at the door.
Come on in.
You let her in, and you see Taiki is she's out of her cocktail waitress outfit. Her outfit is still pretty revealing, but it's just not that same kind of dressed up cocktail work outfit. And so she has like a little bag on her shoulder. And she looks around like, hey, nice digs, not bad. And then so she drops off her stuff, and without even asking, she just strides over to like the nearest comfiest looking couch, and just plops down. So how you been?
What is she again?
What was that?
Sorry. What is she again? I forget.
She's a half elf. She's a half elf who seems to be probably in her late 20s.
All right. So first, I gotta say I'm pretty surprised to see you here. I mean, I know that you were in debt to Belivar. What
Oh
happened?
yeah, I was.
Did you just run away? I mean, you know that wouldn't work.
Well, I mean, what is he going to do to me in Ogway? And what is he going to do to me if I work for Guru? Nothing, that's what.
So you literally just said, forget the debt, and walked away, and he's probably looking for you.
Yeah, fuck Belivar. I mean, I was afraid of him when I was in Gullhaven, but that's why I left.
You are an interesting individual. Taiki, you never cease to amaze me. Let me say that first.
Well, I appreciate
Second,
that.
so here's the thing. I don't want to drag you into anything. If you've got a good thing going here with the job and you're happy, then fine. But I gotta be honest with you. After I talked to Forgus and I talked to Amiria, we got into some stuff, okay? And there's the chance that Hissy might not be dead.
Her eyes she blinks a bit, and she then kind of bursts out laughing. No. We saw her die. No, she's dead. It's fine. She's dead. I mean, that's not right. You're wrong.
Listen, I wouldn't joke about this. You know me. This isn't a.
I mean, I do know you. That's why I think that you would joke about this. You're kind of a dick.
Fair enough. I'll concede that point. But Forgus, it's a very long story. Forgus ultimately ended up in jail after he attempted to assault one Alphonse LeBlanc because he saw his with him.
I mean, it's Forgus. Was anyone else there besides Forgus?
Listen, I'm telling you, I had the same reaction that you did. I told Forgus that I would kill him if we found out that he was messing with us. And I believe that he believes he saw Hissy. But we have some proof that ultimately the night that we went on that job, we were all set up, which is why we're in the position that we're in now. And at the very least, we're going to see it through, and we're going to find out what actually happened to Hissy, whether she's alive or not. But regardless, something is going on, and we believe that Alphonse LeBlanc is involved, if not at the bottom of it.
Alphonse LeBlanc. Really?
I mean, we don't know much. I'd be happy to fill you in on the details if you want to know more, but I don't want to drag you into this dangerous situation. All I'm saying is that by you admitting you know me and out in the open in the streets, there's a chance now that you could be in danger. And I don't want anything to happen to you.
That's why I left Gullhaven.
I know.
So you're back to sticking your neck out so your head gets cut off.
I don't know how these things are people or I don't know how they find me.
So who are your friends? Who are your friends, by the way? What's wrong with her? And she points at Annulin.
Well,
What's wrong with you?
They've been sampling the local fair.
Fine.
I'm Rudik. I've heard a lot about you, and I can verify that, everything that Avantris is saying, he's not messing with you. It's at least Forgus truly believes it, and obviously something's not right. So anything you know about either Gru or LeBlanc would be hugely useful.
Yeah, I mean, there's some spooky stuff going on, but in a town this big, girls, there's all sorts of creeps. People go out and down on the swamp. They go out into the bayou, to the cemetery. Two creepy things. I've seen it, but it's.
What kind of creepy things are you referring to?
Oh, I don't know. I've just seen some rich folk go out, to the old cemetery that's abandoned out by the bayou, and I won't explain why I was in that situation, trying to get some privacy with a friend. He's just a friend, and but I'm gonna. Either way, they do. They go out there, and I don't know, and then girls keep missing. But
I told you guys, girls going missing. Didn't I say that? I said it.
Well, I mean, yeah, everybody knows that.
So when you say spooky stuff's going on, are you just referencing missing people?
Well, I mean, spooky people going out into the spooky graveyard doing spooky stuff.
Is it the same girls that then go missing? Like, do you know that it's the same girls that they go to the cemetery?
Oh no, it ain't the girls that are going to the cemetery. I mean, I saw people in clothes. I couldn't tell who they were, but I wasn't ready to get caught.
What? They're in SWAT. What are they wearing hoods?
Oh, I mean, they had coats and hats on. I didn't think that they had hoods. I mean, it was dark though. I mean, I see shapes. I hear voices. I don't stick around and stick my nose in business. I mean, I do that enough with my gambling problem. There's a lot of rich, violent men that abuse that. So I try to make sure I don't get killed.
So I'm just gonna let you know, Forgus is not coming here, but Amiri is. I don't know course you're on with her, but and here's the thing, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. So either you're in or you're out, and if you're out, I will do my best to protect you and make sure that you don't get involved. But if you want in, you're welcome to join us again. If you can be an asset and you know, help us out.
Well, I still got my bow back in my place.
I'm not asking you to make a decision now. I wanted you to be aware because I can't say what's going to happen in the next coming weeks, but it's probably not going to end well.
Oh my gosh. I did hear you got rich, being a hero and all.
Stop. I am not going to support your gambling habits.
I mean, you gotta spend money to make money, Avantris. I mean, imagine what we could win if we used that. All that gold.
We're not gambling it away. It's not happening. It will never happen.
You got anything to drink here? And there's a stock.
Help yourself.
There's a stock liquor.
Please.
She walks over and she just pours herself this huge glass of some clear liquor, and she just starts drinking it. And she shrugs and says, "Well, you know, we can work something out. I mean, I'm you know what I'm motivated by, Avantris. I mean, I'm not a buzzkill like Amiria or like Hissy was, you know, rest in peace and all, but I'm simple. I'm a simple woman.
I'm a practical person. Look, I'm not going to treat you like some mercenary for hire here. If you want to join us, there's always the chance that we find treasure, riches of some sort. We come across that kind of stuff in our travels, and up to this point, we've pretty much split it evenly. So there may be able to be that, but I'm not promising anything, and I'm certainly not paying you for any kind of service. You either do this because Hissy, you care about her, or you don't.
Oh my God, this is the guilt trip. Okay, Amiria. God, and then she finishes the rest of her drink. Let me think about it. Sure.
That's fine.
Treasure, fine. Is Amiria doing any better, or is she still kind of a bitch and a buzzkill?
You pretty much hit the nail on the head. If not worse than she used to be.
Oh, at least your new friends seem. The one standing in the corner seems fun. The one who was playing the flute also seemed fun. I wish he was here.
They're very fun people.
Okay. Well, I got another shift tomorrow, so I guess I can sleep in and I don't know, let me sleep on it, okay?
That's fine. We're gonna be here. We're probably gonna start doing some investigating tomorrow. Do me a favor and don't mention a word to anyone.
I won't.
Okay? We have enough attention on us as it is.
You know me, Vandus. I'm tight-lipped. I'm not tight-lipped at all. It'll be fine. I won't tell anyone. This is serious business. I left my home to prevent this shit. So I'll yeah, sure.
And I'm saying you left home to avoid danger. You could still be in grave danger with all of the spooky stuff going on. We've heard that cocktail waitresses have been going missing, not showing up. So just you don't want to end up like that. So just be careful.
Yeah, those girls don't have my my archery skills, though. I should probably start bringing my bow to work, though. It's not really allowed, but I can probably sneak it.
That's probably for the best.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess you know, if you need me, I'll be. You know where to find me. I'm at the Catfish. I'm always at the Catfish, you know. But I canceled my my after work, my after work cards and dice to be here. So I'm missing out. So I just want you to know how big of a deal this is that I came to talk to you, because you're a friend.
More often, maybe stay away from the gambling so much. Try to get a handle on that.
Are you in debt currently?
Nah, debt. It's not to Mr. Guru. So
right, that was why.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. He takes good care of us. No, not to Mr. Guru. That's all you got to know.
All right, we'll be here. Just
okay.
Contact us when you need us.
Well, sounds good. And so she grabs her thing. I'm gonna just take a roadie, and she pours herself a huge full glass again. And he says, "I assume they have more of these." And then she takes the glass and leaves. And
good night.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
gonna just walk over and try to beat her to the door and say, it might be trapped, and I'm gonna kick the door down. Or try to.
You're gonna kick the door down?
I'm gonna try to.
Okay, make an athletics check.
With 16.
16. You give it a massive kick, and this is a heavy door. It kind of breaks one of the hinges, but it's still kind of hanging in there.
No, what are you doing?
Is she always? No, it's the Dune Spice. Okay, first timer. That's fine. That's cute. I want to go home and sleep now. Okay.
Please.
I may swing by the catfish just for a little bit. You know. Okay. Bye.
Please don't. Taiki, one time for me. Just go home.
I will see. And then so she leaves.
She's not going home.
I turn to Rodek and I just say, I swear, I wish you'd met these people before everything happened. They weren't such disasters. We all weren't such disasters.
Avantris, I'm not judging you or anyone else. But you know, it happens to people, and perhaps they've all come in useful. So perhaps she could, you know, help us out.
Yeah, we'll see. If she comes around, then that's fine. If not, it's fine too.
Right. So now it makes sense why no one really knew where she was or what she was doing. She seems like the type to sort of just do her own thing.
Yeah, she vanished, and then it turned out she did, and she left, and I never even thought that she'd leave. I figured Belliver just kind of had her under his thumb, and that was it.
Well, I hope she stays safe. And
I mean, she seems a little out there, but she's smart. She knows what she's doing, I guess.
Well, it's way past my bedtime. I'm going to get some sleep.
Okay.
All right, I'll stay here and meditate, and I guess try to fix the door. I don't even know. We're gonna have to pay for this. Sylvie's gonna go nuts.
Just let's worry about it in the morning. Don't worry about the door.
Oh, all right. I'll
Just
stay
here.
Just go to bed. I'll
Do your
worry
own
about
thing. Good night, Avantris.
Okay, so you all go to bed and meditate. You wake up after a long rest, and Sylvie and Annulin, you feel just absolutely awful. You are just like the most sluggish, just horrible feeling, and terrible. And so mechanically, you have -4 of the stats that you got +2 on, and you are statistically poisoned.
I'm gonna cast Lesser Restoration on myself.
What does that do? That's my full Magnolia Promenade flavor.
I can get rid of a disease or a condition that's afflicting it. Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poison.
So you get rid of. You still feel like you're kind of less charismatic, and you're not as dexterous. You're kind of like stumbling into things, but kind of that like horrible haze that's over you is lifted a good amount.
It was almost the Cadillac of hangover cures, but not quite.
Ugh.
So she doesn't have the poison, but she still has the minus?
Yes.
Okay.
What does poison do to you?
You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay. How long does it last, or I don't know?
You don't know.
Okay.
Oh.
Is it like bad, just like speaking as myself, that I did not see that coming, and I think that's pretty heavily to like my drinking habit?
You guys met Leon!
Yeah, we did meet Leon.
What happened to the door? Did you guys get into a fight?
No, Annulin tried to kick it down in her roid rage.
You
110 pounds. How can I cook down a door?
bitch! You picked up Rodek.
You did? Do you remember any of that?
I was gonna Lesser Restoration you, but if you no, I'm gonna have to pay for this.
We will have to pay for this, perhaps. We should let them
You spent
know.
a lot of money last night.
I'm gonna call down to the front desk.
Just tell them it fell off the hinge and see if they believe you.
Is anyone an Electra member? No.
Annulin,
You're so dumb. Come here. And I'm gonna touch her and I'm gonna lesser restoration her as well.
Okay.
Aw, thanks.
So
Still feel like shit. Want to snuggle and take a nap?
Yeah.
So you still have the minus, but you're not poisoned anymore. You're not technically poisoned, but yeah, the condition is gone. Okay. So who's going down? You guys snuggle up. You snuggle up and cuddle and nap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll go down and let the front desk know that we
I'll
have.
just go with him and try to find food, I guess, or breakfast or something.
Yeah, we'll go down and get breakfast on the way, or before we go, or after we go.
Yeah.
Okay. You go down and you stop and you enjoy a hearty breakfast. That'll probably cost you around maybe, like if it's a nice big breakfast, probably a gold piece each. In a nice place like this.
You got that?
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna go down, talk to the person.
Yeah. So we'll.
Okay.
We go to the front desk. Hello.
Hi there.
Just wanted to let you know we're in one of the suites upstairs. Suite.
Yeah, the Electrum Suite.
I knew someone was an Electro member. There was an incident last night. One of the door hinges fell apart. I just want to let you know so you could fix it. Just didn't want to be irresponsible and not tell you until we left.
Make a deception check.
Oh, God.
Should've let me handle it.
Pretty good actually. 20.
20. Oh, okay. Sorry that happened for you. We'll get that fixed right away.
No, please don't apologize. It's fine. We just wanted to let you know, that's all.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. We'll have someone come up and fix it right away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah. You too. Let me know if you need anything else. And you are able to take off and enjoy your day.
So Avantris, I feel like there's a lot we can learn today. I don't even know where to start.
Well, I think that the ladies might have something to say about the whole situation, but honestly, I'm eager to just meet with Alphonse after we got that invitation. Ever since we got the invitation, I think it might be beneficial for us to just meet with him and see what he wants to talk to us about. That may give us some sort of direction.
It's true.
I don't think it's like walking into the lion's den. I think that we're meeting him on zero false pretenses. We're accepting his invitation and we see what happens.
And that's fair, and we'll be more or less honest as far as he knows. We're doing this like away from people, by the way.
Yeah.
But I think perhaps tonight, if we could get Taiki to show us where the cemetery is.
That's a good idea as well.
I would bet money if he's some kind of... He's an alchemist, he lives a long time. He's from this creepy town where people go to a creepy cemetery in the middle of the night. There's got to be some kind of connection.
I'm thinking that's a good idea, and maybe we just stake out and just take a look and just kind of survey the area and see if we see anything bizarre.
Alright, well... So we know that LeBlanc's like a super old for a human, right?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, well, I guess let's go back up, relax a little bit, give the ladies an hour or two to rest in, and then we'll head out for the day. So we do that. We go out.
Yep.
Okay. You go and enjoy and rest. Are you just going to kind of rest for how long?
I don't know, like another hour or so, and then...
Oh, I'm not going out at all tonight.
You're not going at all.
No.
I
I'll go
told
tomorrow.
you! I told you! You just had to do it.
I did. And it was so worth it. I made 17 gold.
And you spent 100
I
gold.
learned a new song on my flute.
That 3-note song that you were playing
Yeah.
over and over again.
Yeah, I love that.
It was worth it?
song. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to watch Annulin run in front of me carrying you, kicking and screaming.
No,
It
you're
was
not
worth
supposed
it.
to remember that.
Oh, I remember it vividly. I actually wrote it down in my dream journal.
And I pull out my 4th gigantic book. It says Book of Grudges crossed out as Dream Journal.
8 steps of lucid dreaming. I've been browsing a lot of forums lately. A lot of paranormal forums.
Alright, well... Avantris and I need to figure out if we're going to go on our own or if Anulin would like to join us.
Where are you going?
We think that there's a lot we could learn in this town. And Sylvie wants to stay in all day because she doesn't feel so great.
Yeah, I'm basically worthless.
You seem fine.
No, I'm basically worthless.
You seem a bit sluggish, maybe. Not as charming as you usually
Maybe
are.
before Christmas, a huge thing.
It's huge. I suppose that.
So
So is it -4 to all checks using charisma?
Your stat is -4.
So instead of being what I'm at -4 from that.
So you'd be at 16.
Because they were adding 2 to their rolls, but +2 stat would be 1 to their rolls. Right? Or no?
Oh yeah.
But
No,
it's, I think it's. I thought it's different.
No, I fucked it up. It's fine. It's fine. We'll retcon it and just add 2 to the stat. You add +1 to your roll.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it. So it's the actual stat, not
Yes,
the
it's the
rolls
stat.
themselves.
It's the
Okay,
stat.
got
Yes. So you're -2 with
Okay.
the withdrawal.
Got it. So it's not.
No, it's a lot. Because it affects everything that I do. Literally everything.
Well, I'm glad you had to try it.
I'm gonna get another one tonight.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I feel terrible, and I know if I just got one, I'd feel better.
I bet you, though, the problem is.
I bet if I
that
drank
this-
2, I'd feel even better than that.
No, this after effect is probably compounding, meaning that when you come off it the next time, you may
But
be
if I
even
just stop
less
coming off of
charismatic.
it, then I'll never feel bad.
I'm pretty sure you'll die.
Well, at least I won't feel like this. I'm gonna go to the catfish. I'll see you guys later. Have fun
You
at...
won't. You're not going to spend another 100 gold.
You tell me what to do later, and I go invisible.
What the hell? Sylvie, get back here!
I'm literally still sitting right there, just invisible.
Don't. I'm gonna. We need to lock her in here. Not that it would stop her. She could like
Yeah,
fly
I've
out
got
the window.
dimension door, so I'll see you later. You can't lock down a rogue gnome.
Are you a rogue now?
No, I'm a rouge gnome, sorry. I read it wrong. It means that I can't be contained.
Being a rouge now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Going rouge is what they call it.
Oh, alright. Well, anyway, what's the plan for today?
I think
Anulin, how are you feeling?
Not awesome.
Because my dex is also down by 4.
Yeah.
So my dex would be at a 12. Which affects my AC and everything else. So I'm literally not going anywhere today. Withdrawal.
Withdrawal.
I mean, if you ladies don't want to leave, that's fine. Rodek and I have some things we can do. We'll run them past you, and then we'll just go take care of it. All we're gonna do is go look around. Well, we wanted to meet with Alphonse, but we'll wait till both of you feel well. And instead, there's other things that we
I
can do in
have
Auckland.
already sent Alphonse multiple letters letting him know we're in town. He can't just very well show up until he gets back and says, okay, I'm ready to see you. Yes, we have an invitation, but that was an invitation to meet him in Gullhaven, not to meet him in Ogway. He then left for Ogway. We can't very well show up if he hasn't responded to my requests to see him.
Well, of course we can, but by all means, whatever you say. So until then, we should go do what we need to do.
I think.
Come with you guys. I was so useless yesterday. I feel terrible.
Are you saying you're coming? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
come.
Alright. Well, Sylvie, you're staying here?
Yeah, good night, guys.
Invisibly, I'm gonna curl up in bed. You see the sheets move out of the way, and the pillow kind of sink down. All of a sudden, you see Fecal Deck moving into the bed.
I was gonna make that joke if you didn't, so I'm glad you did. A fecal dick is floating above the bed, above Sylvie's bed.
I hate this game.
hold concentration while you're asleep.
No.
Once I actually fall asleep, I'll be Sylvie again. So you can tell I'm fake snoring because I'm still invisible.
Alright, well... Why don't we look around? And... There's a lot to learn. I want to start asking about Gauntsmith. See if anybody... do you want to go to the temples? See if we can find one of Seluna. Perhaps ask around for history.
I think that's a good idea. I think asking around about Gauntsmith is a good idea, and I think like we talked about, surveying the spooky areas is also a good idea. I think we can do all of that today. We've got nothing but time.
All right. Well, let's go explore the town.
Okay.
So we go off, and I guess just kind of ask the front desk, oh hey, like where are the temples or whatever.
They will tell you that there aren't a whole lot of like temples and churches in Agwe. It's pretty secular. The whole like purpose of it is kind of less about that. That there is the biggest church they have is the Church of Eldath, who is the goddess of like lakes and rivers, the green goddess, and a lot of the other things are kind of more shrines. There are things like kind of more regional gods, and like things like Little Yulong or the Sunsteel Ward and the like. That there might be some small shrines there, but for a lot there isn't like a whole like religious district there. So she tells you where you could find like the Church of Eldath. But as far as like other specific things, like that's normally not something that that visitors and tourists come to Agwe for.
And where would the I don't know if we're doing game character now, but where would the fishermen usually be?
Well, I mean, it depends on what fishermen. There's a few docks here in the promenade, but for the most part, they're in the Crawdad Quarter. That's where most of the docks are. They go out and they fish out in the river, the bay, the sea, and yeah, it's the Crawdad Quarter.
All right. Well, we'll look around. Thank you.
Good luck.
So we leave, and I turn to Landis and I say, do you think... So I'm thinking, if Gauntsmith is like a fishing village, perhaps the fishermen there know something about it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good place to start. We might want to hit the temples first, just because I don't know how late they're open, I don't know how late they stay around, I don't know, and the fishermen are probably going to be out fishing as long as they can, so just an idea. It's up to you.
Check on
I'm
the
fine
dog.
with you.
All right.
He's sleeping, so I'm gonna go check on the dog.
So hold on. So you want to do what first?
Temples.
The temples
I was
first?
thinking maybe we just check the temples first, because there's a good chance we don't even find the temple we're looking for, and I don't know how late they stay open. If it's a 24-hour thing, I honestly don't know.
All right. Yeah. Let's wander around and see if we can find something, or at least maybe if we find one temple and we could ask in there, they might know where a temple to Seluna is.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think that the temples may be the most likely to be a dead end, and if we go question the fishermen first, we might go down the rabbit hole. So
Right. That's fair.
Okay.
So let's go. So
So you're heading towards the Temple of Eldath.
yes.
Okay.
I'll be right back, but
Yeah.
do your thing.
Sure. So you make your way through the streets, and you find that there is the church is actually in the Crawdad Quarter. It's kind of right across the river from the Magnolia Promenade, and it is kind of towards like once things start getting a little bit nicer towards the promenade, and there is a small kind of brown wooden cottage that has kind of like a sloped roofs and has like a little no steeple or anything, but it's obviously a church, and there is a little kind of dock. It's right on the river, and there's a little dock off to the side, and there are a few kind of like basins of water where there's some coins, and there are a few with like little fish kind of swimming around.
I guess is the door open?
Yeah,
Is it like
the doors are wide open. It's kind of late in the morning at this point, and so like the doors are open. You get the sense that this isn't this kind of place where it'd be locked off.
Yeah, I guess I'll just open the door and take a look inside.
Okay, you look inside, and there seems to be kind of a pond kind of built into the side up towards the front, and there's kind of ivy growing out as you see that there is a skylight, and it's kind of open to the sky, and there are some kind of hatches that they can close if they need to, if the weather gets too poorly or whatever. And there's a little patch of kind of grass around this, and it seems as if this wooden cottage is built around this little pond in the center. You see a couple of clergy in green. You manage to see there is 2 gnomes, a lizard folk, and a human, kind of going around. They're wearing these kind of simple green robes, and some look almost like kind of more druidy than clericy. But if you would probably understand the difference there. In the world of Dungeons and Dragons, and they are kind of just sitting, meditating quietly around this pond. You have a few people that have come in. They're kind of you can see that like 2 tourists kind of looking around. There are a few pews and or other kind of like stumps, like rows of stumps to kind of sit and maybe hear some talk of the word of Eldath and but it seems kind of very naturey inside this little brown cottage.
I approached like the nearest clergy person.
Okay. You find the nearest one is a female forest gnome, and she's kind of just standing up, and she's kind of tending to some of the ivy off to the side of the roost. She's kind of just checking on everything, making sure everything's fine.
Hello there.
Oh, hi.
Good day.
Good day.
So I'm new to town, just visiting.
Welcome to Agway.
And we have a friend who happens to worship a certain deity. We heard that this was the biggest church in Agway. I guess
it is,
being that the town is relatively secular.
Yeah, I mean, it's not saying much.
Right, right. But it's still
we
very
have a
lovely.
decent following here. We have many services that this whole house is packed.
Oh, well, we were just wondering, are there, do you happen to know, being a holy person yourself, of any other places of worship or priests or priestesses of other religions, primarily Seluna?
Oh yes, of course, Seluna. Well, yes, of course. There are minor shrines of the gods and goddesses that are are allied and friendly with our green goddess Eldath. So you'll find Seluna, Lathander, Sylvanus, Sylvanus, and Shantea primarily here. As far as all of the other, those are the primary gods, kind of the shrines here that I'm aware of. But as far as all the more specific cultural gods, they may have houses of worship in their districts.
So you're saying that the house of worship is in the Crawdad Quarter, is what you mean?
Yes, and that's for the most part, yes.
Do you happen to know where it is?
Oh yes, it's just down three streets over.
All right, well, appreciate it. And anything else we should know while we're in this quarter here? You know, we're new to town. Anything else we should see? Points of interest that we just absolutely must check out before we go?
Well, I mean, if you're here for the tomorrow, we're doing a sermon from our high priest. If you'd love to hear the word of Eldath, I simply couldn't miss it.
All right. Well, we will
tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
Tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. We will, if we are able to make it, we will be here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Are we good? I turn to the gang. We can't hear you.
I think that answers my questions.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a lovely day. and we
You
go walk 3 streets down to the Temple of Selena, or the Shrine of Selena.
You make your way through the Crawdad Quarter, and it seems like this is kind of the place. As you get further in, it seems to get more like a lot more residential. There are some restaurants that you could qualify as like hole in the wall, and kind of as the bayou the swamp is kind of approaching you, it's kind of looming over you. The more you get in here, you can kind of see that if you go down a few more streets, it turns to kind of boardwalk on stilts as it kind of gets closer into the swamp. And you manage to find the Shrine of Seluna, and you find it's very simple. It's carved out of a whitish grayish stone, kind of the symbol of Seluna, the moon, the double moon, and I think that's the symbol. Either way, and there is a small basin of coins and offerings, and it seems to have kind of these white flowers that are kind of all planted in this grassy patch right in front of it. It seems very basic and simple, but definitely a place where a worshiper may come and give an offering or pray for a bit.
Is it like a building itself, or?
Well, no, the shrine is like kind of like a little, just kind of like a more like a little statue with like a little grassy area, and more like a very, very small like park area.
Okay.
Than an actual church or temple.
Do we see anybody there? Like, is anyone tending to it?
Not that you can see.
Well, Avantris, do you know how did Hissy practice her religion usually when you used to know it?
I don't think I have that info.
I would say you would know that she served at the Temple of Seluna, and she basically served at the Temple of Seluna and was like, practiced all of the rites and the like, and became a cleric in her own right. So that's what he says.
Well, I don't know if it's worth it to just kind of hang around. Someone must come to collect these offerings. Shall we just hang out and wait to see if anyone stops by?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. If we have some time to kill, we might as well hang out and see what we can find.
All right. Well, we can maybe spend an hour or two. Yeah, so I guess we'll just sit and hang out, and we'll just sort of wait to see if anyone comes to collect the offerings for like an hour.
I'll say you wait for an hour, and probably about 45 minutes later, you're kind of sitting and relaxing, and it's a tranquil spot. You can kind of hear kind of maybe like you're in the Crawdad Quarter. Oh my goodness.
We need a new playlist.
Sorry about that. You're not that far in the Crawdad Quarter. So as you're kind of sitting and waiting, you kind of hear the kind of low moans of stringed instruments, kind of just the slow pace. There's not nearly as much the hustle and bustle. You kind of smell, the smells are like incredibly even more potent. There's a little twinge of like the swamp smells kind of mixed in there. As you await, you kind of, you hear footsteps approaching, and a tall, high elven man with kind of this long, almost silvery hair, in simple kind of grayish robes, approaches as you're sitting there, and he says, "Oh, we do not normally have visitors to our shrine during the daytime. Welcome."
Thank you. We were just paying our respects to your goddess, Selena. We knew someone that is quite close to this goddess. Is this the only place in town where you sort of have a presence, or are there other priests and priestesses?
Yes, I mean there are several of us, but not much worship here. Not if you're new to Ogway, I welcome you, and there is not much worship in this town. Not much demand for those that would wish to pray to the gods. But we do what we can.
Is there anywhere, if we wanted to go and speak with a priest of Selena, where would one go?
Well, I am one myself.
That's great. Do you happen to be in town looking for a friend who also practices, a fellow priestess? And we were wondering if she happened to be around. Where perhaps do you know all the priests and priestesses in Agwe?
I do. There are only 3 of us, but I know them, and we haven't had anyone new. We've had some new worshippers, but no new priests join our order.
And so like, is this like years we're talking about, like?
Well, at least for the past several months.
I see. Are there? Do you happen to know their names, just in case it's one of the people we know?
Yes, there's Keldrin, who is a dwarven man.
Yep.
And then there's Rosto, who is a bugbear who has seen the light of Saluna.
All right, and then it's just the 3 of you.
Just the 3 of us, yes.
Where do you all practice? Is it do you just in your own homes?
In our homes, and we tend to the shrine. It's been here for many years, and it is our duty to keep it. I travel from far, and it's my duty to keep this shrine going and collect the offerings, and so we may upkeep this area and keep Saluna's light bathing, the moonlight bathing this area.
All right, well, thank you very much, and I put in like 5 silver to
Thank
the
you.
to the
Thank
pot.
you so much, and we have been doing well lately since we've been getting far more donations lately.
Oh, you don't say. Is there a wealthy donor in the area?
Yes, I believe a new gentleman who comes in the evening with his young daughter. They do pay their respects. Yes.
Oh, I see. Well, appreciate that. Perhaps we'll run into him and we can discuss the grace of Sylvia. But
Thank you. May the moon light your path.
Thank you.
And you leave.
Alright guys, I'm going crazy. I'm hearing people knock on our door and then there's nobody out there.
That's weird. So what you missed is that basically there's a wealthy donor that comes by that at nights with his daughter to donate lots of money to Saluna.
Did the person describe these individuals?
I didn't ask. You could ask.
Yeah. You're welcome to ask that.
Have you caught a glimpse of these strangers? Do you know what they look like?
Oh, I mean, of course, the little girl unfortunately didn't speak. Unfortunately, her father says that she's very ill, so she must stay protected from the elements. But her father is a wealthy man who lives up the very, very top of the promenade. I don't know if you're familiar with Alphonse Leblanc.
So you're saying that this man's name is Alphonse Leblanc?
Yes, of course.
He donates money.
The Leblanc family has been in Ogway for centuries, yes.
And he has a daughter?
Yes. It was news to me, but he comes and goes from Gullhaven, so, and knowing his parties, who knows?
Well, thank you. I appreciate the information.
Thank you. If there's anything else, please just let me know. I check this shrine several times a day, and I'm here most of the night.
Well, thank you. Have a lovely day, and we may stop by later tonight.
Enjoy.
Well, that's interesting. We walked away.
Yeah.
So, do you want to come back tonight? Or would that be strange? Would that be like weird that all of a sudden we happen to be here?
Well, I do think that would be weird, and I think Sylvie makes a point when she said that we should probably at this point wait for Alphonse to reach out to us. We definitely don't want to randomly run into him while he's making donations to a church. I think we're better off going to take a look around the bayou and the graveyard and whatnot, like we discussed.
All right.
I mean, we can try to identify him, make a positive ID on him, and see him, but I'm not sure what good that would even do.
What were you gonna say?
Why can't we just kind of keep a lookout? I mean, it sounds like he's pretty clearly he, but who's this daughter? Is he?
I don't know.
Well, it sounds like she was staying out of the elements, so I'm wondering if she keeps her face covered.
If we want to try, we can try to make an ID on them and stake it out and just see if we see them, but again, I don't know what good it'll do.
At the very least, we could follow them back to wherever they're staying in case that invitation to meet up never comes.
Well, we know he's staying at the top of the promenade, correct? I mean, we have an idea of where we can find out where that is. I don't think it'll be hard to find him. I definitely don't want to blow any kind of cover or do anything weird and get caught following Alphonse LeBlanc after what happened with Forgus. I don't want that to happen at all.
Agreed, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alphonse already knows your kind of test connection with Forgus. So, at this point, I say that we continue on to the find some fishermen, just ask around about Gunsmith, and perhaps if you want to stealthily kind of just hide a street over, or just sort of kind of keep yourself hidden and listen in later tonight, we could, and then go to the graveyard after that. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think that it's fine. I can try to just get close and see them, and if it doesn't work out, I won't do anything risky. I won't even chance being spotted, and then I can always walk away, and we can go to the graveyard.
All right. Well, let's go question some people. So we go and start. I guess like looking around for like fishermen.
Okay. You make your way to the docks on this side. I didn't draw because it's not a massive harbor, but there's basically docks kind of all along the Crawdad Quarter. It's kind of the big fishing district, and you're able to probably quickly find. There's a small shrimp boat with some big nets, kind of getting ready to maybe cast off, and you see the crew basically exclusively forest gnomes that you can see. They all kind of look rough. Some have like patchy beard, and some are long beards. Some kind of just have like a 5 o'clock shadow, but they all look kind of rough as they're getting things ready.
We'll approach. And hello there, friends.
Hello.
Hey, are you? It appears as if you're fishermen. Am I right?
Yeah, we're going shrimping. Yeah.
We're from up north. We're not from around here.
Yeah, no, you don't look like you ain't from around here. That's for sure.
Do you or anyone else around here ever go fishing up the coast?
I mean, a few of us go as far as we want to go, but usually the waters around here have been mighty generous to us. So.
Do you happen to know anything about Gunsmith? Have you heard of Gunsmith?
What's you talking about Gunsmith for to me? No. What are you talking about? Why are you talking Gunsmith?
Oh, we just, on our way downward from Gullhaven, which you know, or you may know, happens to be north of Gunsmith. We passed it and kind of saw it from afar, but we heard that there were very dangerous reefs around there, and that only the most skilled fishermen could navigate in and out of Gunsmith. So we were
true.
Kind of curious to find very skilled fishermen to perhaps maybe take us on some kind of expedition to, looking for those fishermen that have been in and out of Gunsmith was something that we were interested in.
No, none of us ain't go to Gunsmith. No, that place ain't right. They got more fish than they have any right to. And them folk are strange. If you ever met no one, they got that lip in their head. And they got that weird way of talking. They got that weird, just they look something off. Some folk here say that place is cursed. We ain't go.
So you don't know anyone who's been to Gunsmith?
No, I know. We met people from Gossamer. They come here. They bring their fish as nets and nets and nets and nets and fish. They get their corn and they leave. But if you ever met anybody from Gossamer, you ain't never want to meet none of them ever again.
And they're all, every single one of them is like this.
Every single one. As long as my grandpappy told stories, told me to stay away, and I listened to him.
And they've always had the tilt in their head.
Oh, they got that weird neck thing.
Where could we? And I'll take your advice. I'm just kind of curious to see how strange they are. They must be quite skilled with their navigation and their fisherman skills.
Whatever it is, that ain't right. How much fish they get? I'm telling you, they don't get that without some kind of some bad mumbo.
Where do they bring their fish in usually?
They bring it down to the harbor. They don't come this far. No, we keep them far away. My Tuck can take good care of us. She don't like no Gaunsmith folk.
So they sell it down in I pull out the map.
Yeah.
Down here.
Yeah, that's where they go. They know they show up here in Mawtucket and put some bushwhackers will be ready to bushwhack.
Who's this Mawtucket you've?
Mawpucket, sorry.
Mawpucket. Who's this Mawpucket you've?
Oh, you don't know Mawpucket? No, she's the one who runs place around here. She runs things.
Oh, she's the head of the bushwhackers.
Okay, everybody know that. You really ain't from around here. You ain't been in Crawdad Court
long. No, I'm very new. As you can see, I'm not quite familiar. I'm from the very far north, so this is the first time I've been this far south.
Yeah, Puckett family, they had the Crawdad Court for generations. My Puckett, the matriarch, she take good care of us.
Well, thank you very much, and perhaps we'll be by to purchase some of your fish.
You sure? We got shrimp.
Some of your shrimp.
Shrimp ain't not a fish. I don't know if you know that. Shrimp ain't no fish.
No, I wasn't aware, but I just assumed it was all fish. All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll be on our way. Thank you.
You leave.
So, what do you think?
I mean, it sounds like you were right. This is not something new, and that this has been going on for a long time, and maybe it's not urgent, but I can't help but feel that that's not right, and it is urgent.
So, what we've learned is that they're all like that, the whole town. Which means that if Alphonse is doing business with them, he's been alive for a long time. So it's possible that, I don't know, I think that there's a strange, if they're all like that and he's doing business in Gaunsmith, then I think that there's definitely a connection.
Fair enough.
Alright, well, why don't we go back and check in on Sylvie, see how she's feeling. How are you feeling, Anulin? Are you feeling over whatever kind of hangover you're feeling?
Would I still be feeling anything from that?
Yeah, you still feel poorly. I mean, the poison's gone, but you still don't feel great.
Yeah, I still don't feel good.
Well, do we want to go back and plan you staking out the collections box? Or do you just want to stay right here for however many hours? What time is it right now?
What time is it? It is, I'd probably say it's a little past midday.
Well, we have a few hours.
I think what I want to do is go survey the collections box area, get a good lay of the land, and figure out where the best vantage point is, so I have a little bit of an advantage when it comes time to hide.
All right. And it's on the way back, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll swing by on our way back, kind of just get a sense of the...
Okay. You scope out the land, about where everything is. Just do a general investigation check for me, just to kind of scope it out.
23.
23. Okay. So you kind of scope out and you find that there's like this little area kind of by this shack that is a butcher shack, and you're able to kind of find like this little in between like the meat locker out back. You're able to kind of poke in there and probably hide pretty well.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I have like an idea of where everything is and like how far away it is from the box, and like I want to be able to try to at least get a glimpse of who this daughter may be, etc., etc.
I'd say you scope out the place pretty well.
All right, well, I'm good to wait nearby or somewhere nearby until it's time to do this, and I think that at the very least I should be able to do this unspotted, and if we don't come up with anything, then no big deal, as long as I don't get discovered.
All right, well, do you want to just wait here? Because we if they don't come till the evening, you have a few hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
a
really
while.
think it's wise to go all the way back to Crossroads and come back out here, so.
It's not too far from the crossroads, just FYI. So, I mean...
I'm fine with either. Mechanically, it doesn't make a difference to me.
Alright, so let's... At least I can go back. If you want to stay here, that's fine. I'd like to go back and check in on Sylvie.
Okay.
And Sylvie, are you sure I'll get to the room? Are you sure you want to stay in tonight?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm going to
Don't
go...
wake me up again.
Okay, I'm going to go to the docks and
I
check it
know.
out.
I figured you'd be trying to cram as many possible things as you could into one evening. Good night.
And then... Or do you want to come back, Andy or Avantris? Okay, so... I'm fine just waiting, relaxing, and we can take the evening. Maybe like if we have hours, just kind of, because I guess we're pretty far from the docks down here.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. So yeah, let's just like hang out until the evening.
Okay.
And Avantris, do you want to go on your own? I'd like to be at least somewhat nearby.
Yeah, that's fine. I certainly don't anticipate getting in any kind of trouble. I'm not going to start trouble, and if anything happens, I'm going to run away. But if you'd like to be nearby, that's fine.
I'll just be far away enough where like there's no chance he could run into me, but just like call and I'll be right there.
Okay. So you're just gonna wait inside of your room until night, till like late at night.
Well, not late at night,
Oh.
because we're gonna go. I guess at least at the evening.
I
Right?
basically, I don't know what time they're going to show up, right? So I need to go like stake out
Yeah.
the box, basically.
Right.
So I'm going to go get in position early and hide, and then wait for them to show up.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll probably I'll go down, enjoy kind of the afternoon.
Okay.
Maybe explore around the crossroads a little bit. Just get a lay of the land of the new neighborhood, and then I'll just I'll post up somewhere like a few blocks over, but so that I can kind of run over there if he needs help.
So as you are kind of getting ready to leave your room, you kind of hear. You know that there's like been kind of housekeeping and room service or whatever, and you hear it's kind of towards the end of the probably like 4 p.m. at this point, 3-4, and you hear like the knocking at a door, a couple doors down from where you are, and you hear knocking. You get out, you leave your room, and you turn, and you see someone who seems to be staff, kind of looking perplexed and pulling out like the skeleton master key, and she unlocks the door and opens it, and she looks in. Her eyes go completely wide with horror, and she lets out a blood-curdling shriek. And
Just run over and take a look.
she immediately shuts the door and sprints downstairs.
I'm gonna dimension door into the room.
Okay, this would have opened you up, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't actually sleeping. I'm just laying in the room.
Okay. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell by sound of where you would end up. Like, are you going to run out?
Well, I
and
thought
look?
you were saying, like, I would have run with him the moment we heard
Oh, okay. Okay,
you know,
yeah.
that stuff going
Yeah,
on. So,
yeah, so
once
you-
she shut the door, I would've-
She didn't lock the door. She didn't lock the
Oh.
door. So, she shuts the door and opens. You can still dimension door if you'd like. And Sylvie dimension doors in, and Avantris, you open the door, and on the bed seems to be a very well-dressed woman. Her skin, her hair is slightly ruffled, and she's kind of placed, she's almost neatly kind of curled up on the bed, but the color has been completely drained from her. Her head is kind of turned away towards the window that's open, and on her neck are 2 red, piercing wounds. And that's where we'll end the session.
And it was an older woman?
Yeah.
Ton.
Nobody's safe. We're not safe anywhere.
Holy
Told you
shit.
he's a Dracula.
He's 100% a Dracula. Oh my god.
All that so long ago. Was that just like dumb luck?
I just had a feeling. I don't know.
Well, we'll see. We don't know. We don't know who's a Dracula. We really don't.
I still think like he's got some twists up his sleeve. I think he's gonna throw us a curveball.
It's gonna be Laudna. She's the Dracula.
Could be.
Or they're both Draculas.
Well, thanks guys for sticking around with us. I guess another update if you're just joining us or you join in after our announcements, we are taking next week off. Again, we're taking another break. We're all going to the beach together. We're going to hang out and be a bunch of degenerates. It's going to be awesome. But then we're back. Our schedule should be normal. I promise that we will get the next Beneath Dark Wings on the books for this month. Through hell or high water, we will make it happen. And we'll get that. We'll announce that in our Discord and on Twitter. So please follow us on Twitter. If you're new, welcome, thanks, we love you. If you're a returning fan, we love you. We love the Avantris fam. Come hang out in Discord. The link should be regularly posted. And with that, I think we're ready for this evening.
Yeah, and so we will be having Feywild on Wednesday.
Yes. Oh, Feywild on Wednesday. Holy shit! I forgot.
So that's the important thing. Is it's only Monday, so we are still streaming on Wednesday. We're just swapping the days this week.
So we'll see you on Wednesday for Call of the Feywild.
So we'll be around on Wednesday for Call of the Feywild. And yeah, feel free to join our Discord and hang out. And I guess it's pretty much all the announcements, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, have a great Labor Day, everybody.
It's an iPad Pro Hellhound gang.
Yeah,
12.9 inches. Big one.
No, 12.9 inches, huh?
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Okay.
Big one.
Cool. Anyway.
Well, thanks so much, guys. We love you.
Yeah, so don't go as crazy on the beach as you did on that boat.
No
Hopefully,
promises.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try not to get that.
If Kelsey picks up Richie and runs around at the beach, I'll make sure to get a video of it.
Yes.
That'll be scary. Hopefully that definitely doesn't happen.
We're gonna try it.
Oh
All I
god.
can say is that Andy doesn't have as much control as Avantris does.
Very true.
All right, guys. Good
Okay.
night. We're
Love you
hopping
guys.
off.
Good night.
All right. Good night, guys.
See ya.
And
Have
we'll
a good
see you on
one. We'll see you
Wednesday.
Wednesday.